Hello, and thank you for choosing this clean, historical Western romance by Emma Ashwood. Before we begin, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Your support allows us to keep sharing more wonderful stories for free. So grab a cozy spot, kick back, and let this story whisk you away to a different time and place. Enjoy. Copyright Emma Ashwood. The Orphan Train to Kansas by Emma Ashwood, Chapter 1. The rail car rocked westward through a sea of grass, carrying 22 scrubbed orphans toward new lives. Lydia Marsh moved down the aisle with a comb in one hand. A licked thumb smoothed a cowlick here. Quick fingers straightened a collar there. She had been 3 years in the service of the Children's Aid Society, and she knew her work. "Stand still, young sir," she said gently. "A gentleman does not fidget." The boy grinned up at her, gap-toothed and eager. Behind him, a small girl clutched the seat with both hands as though the prairie itself might swallow her. Lydia crouched until their eyes were level. "There is nothing out that window but grass. Grass never hurt a soul." "It goes on forever, ma'am," the girl whispered. "It only seems to. At the end of it, there is a town. In that town, someone is waiting to want you." The girl considered this for a long moment. Then she nodded, solemn as a judge, and let go of the seat. Sunlight streamed through the smeared windows. Dust hung in the golden shafts, turning slowly. The car smelled of coal smoke, soap, and the peppermint sticks she had handed out at dawn. 22 children in their donated best, all watching the country roll by. 22 lives in her charge. Some of them had never seen a cow before this journey. One boy had asked in perfect earnest whether the corn grew already canned. City children, all of them. They knew the price of bread to the penny, but a sunset over open land struck them dumb. Watching them discover the world, she sometimes felt she was discovering it too. She was a minister's daughter from a small town in New York State. Every one of her sisters had married by 20. Lydia had chosen otherwise. When the society advertised for agents of good character, she had answered before her mother could object. A parlor of her own held no pull for her. A husband, still less. There were children starving in the alleys of the city, and somebody had to carry them out. Her father had understood, in the end. He had pressed his own Bible into her hands at the depot. "The Lord has work for spinsters, too," he had said, smiling to soften it. She carried the Bible in her valise still. The valise was the nearest thing she had to a home. Toward noon, the whistle sounded. A water stop, nothing more, but the children pressed to the windows all the same. Every stop might be the one. Every platform might hold a mother. "Not here," Lydia told them. "Kearney is tomorrow. Rest while you can." A boy of 10 looked up from the bench. "Will the folks at Kearney be kind, Miss Marsh? The society does not place children with unkind people." She said it briskly, the way she said all certain things. "I inspect every applicant myself. Papers, references, the word of their minister. Nothing is left to chance." "But how do you know, ma'am? Just from papers?" She sat down across from him, arranging her gray skirts. This deserved a real answer, and she gave it. "Papers first. Then I look at them. A man who wants a son looks at your face. A man who wants a field hand looks at your shoulders. A woman with love left over holds her arms a certain way. I have learned to read the lookers the way you read a primer. And if you read them wrong, I do not read them wrong." It was not boasting, or she told herself it was not. In 3 years, she had placed nearly 100 children. Her follow-up calls found them fed, schooled, and settled. The system worked when it was worked honestly. She believed that the way her father believed his catechism. The next morning came bright and windy. At Kearney, the gathered families stood along the platform in their Sunday clothes, hats in hands, faces turned toward the slowing train. Lydia lined her charges up outside the depot, tallest to smallest. She had brushed every head of hair herself. "Chins up," she had told them. "Answer honestly. Do not beg." Then she watched the crowd and she read it. A stout farmer's wife stood at the front with her hands folded over her apron. Grief sat in the lines of her face, but so did room. A child lost, Lydia guessed, and love with nowhere to go. Within the hour, that woman was kneeling before the smallest girl, the one afraid of the grass, weeping into her hair. A lean man in a good coat wanted a boy for his store. Honest enough, and his wife had kind eyes. The boy with the cowlick went to them, already talking of penny candy. A rancher at the back studied the older boys the way a man studies horseflesh. Lydia met his gaze and held it until he looked away. When he applied for the 12-year-old, she questioned him for half an hour. Schooling, she said, church attendance, wages when the boy turned 16, written down and signed. He agreed to every term, grudging but bound, and she let the placement stand. Papers could hold a hard man to decency. That was what papers were for. By late afternoon, 11 children had homes, 11 sets of documents signed in her careful hand, 11 small faces, some shining, some brave, all beginning. The little girl from the train came running back to her at the last. Thin arms went around Lydia's waist, fierce as wire. "You said someone was waiting to want me," the child said into her coat. "You were right." "I generally am," Lydia said, and her voice was not quite steady. She stood on the platform while the wagons rolled away into the light. Dust rose golden behind them. One by one they shrank to specks on the enormous land, each speck a family now. The wind carried back a scrap of sound. A child laughing, or perhaps only a wheel wanting grease. She chose to believe it was laughing. An agent was permitted that much sentiment, she reasoned, provided it never reached the paperwork. Overhead, the sky went on without a seam from one horizon to the other. In the city, you saw the sky in strips between buildings, as fabric comes off the bolt. Out here, it was the whole cloth. A person could be forgiven for feeling that God kept a closer watch on Nebraska. This was the feeling she could never explain to her sisters. Not pride exactly, though pride was in it. It was more like watching bread rise. Something poor and flat, given warmth, became enough to live on. The remaining 11 children ate supper in the depot dining room. Fried chicken, biscuits, gravy. They ate like small wolves, and she let them. Tomorrow, the train ran on to the end of the line, and the last of them would be placed there. She moved along the table as they ate, filling cups, wiping a chin. The unchosen ones always went quiet on placement nights. Each child was doing the same terrible sum in his head. 11 of us left. What is wrong with me? Kearney folk wanted little ones this year, she told them loud enough for all to hear. The next town wants exactly what I have here. I have seen the letters myself. It was true as far as letters went. Eyes lifted along the table. Spoons moved a little faster. Hope was a ration you could feed children with a steady voice, and she had learned to portion it carefully. That evening, she took a room in a boarding house near the tracks. It was her 40th such room, or her 50th. She had stopped counting. They were all the same room in the end. A narrow bed, a washstand, a lamp, a strip of rag rug. Somebody else's home, rented by the night. She set the valise on the chair and unpacked what needed unpacking. Her father's Bible, her writing case. The gray dress brushed out for tomorrow. Then she sat at the little table and wrote up the day's placements while the lamp hissed. The smallest girl, aged 5, to a farm couple of good name. The wife lost a daughter to scarlet fever last winter, an excellent placement. The cowlicked boy, aged 8, to the storekeeper's household. He is quick with figures. He will do well. Her pen scratched on through the list. She recorded weights, temperaments, the terms of each agreement. Somewhere down the line, another agent would make the follow-up calls with these pages in hand. The system had a long memory, and she was one of its faithful clerks. When the last entry dried, she read the pages over. 11 children delivered from the gutter into decent lives. A good day's work by any measure her father would recognize. Below her window, a family passed along the street. A man's low voice, a woman's laugh, the quick feet of children being herded home to bed. Lamplight bloomed in a kitchen window across the way. A shadow moved against the curtain, setting a table for people it loved. Lydia watched until the lamp went out. The queer, hollow feeling came then, the way it always came, quiet as fog off a river. She had a name for it, though she never wrote the name in any ledger. It was the arithmetic of her days. She had found belonging for 100 children. For herself, she had found a valise, a rented bed, and a page of signatures. Nobody had ever stood on a platform waiting for her. Her sisters wrote to her of ordinary things. Preserves put up, babies cutting teeth, a new stove that smoked. She read the letters twice through, always on the day they came. Then she answered with towns they would never see, spelled carefully, as though spelling could make them real to anyone. She did not regret her choosing. Regret was too strong a word for the small draft that came under the door on certain evenings. For the length of one hymn, she let herself feel it, silently, the way her mother had taught her to sit with sorrow. Then she folded it away with the ledger pages. The work was enough. She set it to the dark room, plainly, as a fact. Mostly, she believed it. The work was real, the way bread was real. Children slept warm tonight who had slept in doorways. If her own supper was eaten alone, that was a small tithe against such a sum. Plenty of women had less purpose in a lifetime than she had in a week. And there was tomorrow to think of. The end of the line, 11 children, a new town of upturned faces to read. She went over her lists once more in her mind. The older boys would go quickly there, farm country being hungry for shoulders. The little ones might take longer. She would watch the crowd. She would match them true. Lydia turned down the lamp and lay listening to the wind work at the eaves. Somewhere out on the grade, a freight moaned past in the dark, westbound and long. Sleep came easily. It always did in those years. Her conscience was a swept room, and she slept in it like a child. She could not know what waited at the end of the line. No warning reached her, not in a dream, not in the weather, not in the wide, innocent dark. The next stop carried the mistake that would shadow her whole life, and she slept toward it, peacefully, with her papers in perfect order. Chapter 2. The end of the line was a town too new for trees. Raw lumber buildings stood along a single street, still smelling of sawdust. Beyond them, the wheat began, mile upon mile of it, moving under the wind like a live thing. The rails simply stopped here. Tomorrow, the train would turn around, take on water, and carry Lydia Marsh back east. 11 children stood up before the gathered families in the church hall that morning. By noon, 10 of them had homes. It went the way placement days went in farm country. The strong boys were spoken for almost before she finished reading their names. The 2 girls went to town families, a milliner and a wheelwright, both households she inspected herself before approving. One by one, the papers were signed. One by one, the wagons rolled off between the wheat fields into the shining distance. By early afternoon, one child remained. Micah was 9 years old and small for it, with brown eyes too big for his face. He sat on the front bench of the emptied hall with his cap in his hands, exactly as she had taught them all to sit. Patient, hopeful, not begging. He had been passed over at 4 towns now. Lydia knew why, though it shamed the knowing. He was slight. Farm families read shoulders the way bankers read ledgers, and his shoulders promised little. Never mind that he was the gentlest child in her carload. Never mind that he had held the little one's hands through every tunnel because the dark frightened them. She sat down beside him on the bench. "There is still the afternoon," she said. "Yes, ma'am." He studied his cap. "I've been thinking what I done wrong at the other towns. I smiled more here, like you said. You did nothing wrong. You smiled just fine." Her throat felt oddly tight. "Some seasons folks want big boys for the harvest. It is no truer a measure of you than the weather is." "What happens if nobody picks me, Miss Marsh?" The question every unchosen child arrived at eventually. She gave him the honest answer because he would learn it anyway. "You would ride back east with me, to the asylum, until another company goes west in the spring." Micah said nothing. His hands tightened on the cap until his knuckles paled. She had escorted him out of that asylum herself, 5 weeks ago. He had wept at the gate, not from fear of leaving, from joy of it. "It will not come to that," she said. "The afternoon is young." The afternoon aged. The hall stayed empty. Outside, the wind moved the wheat. The light went long and yellow across the floorboards. To fill the hours, she had Micah read to her from her father's Bible. He chose the story of Joseph, sold by his brothers into a far country. His finger traveled under every word, careful as a surveyor. She listened to the small, earnest voice fill the empty hall and thought that any family in Kansas would be lucky past deserving. "Joseph come out all right in the end," Micah observed when he finished. "Even sold away like that. He did. God kept an eye on him the whole way." "Then I guess I got nothing to worry over," the boy said, and closed the book gently, as though it might bruise. The farmer came at 5 o'clock. He filled the doorway a moment before entering, a tall man gone lean and hard, like a fence post weathered gray. His clothes were decent. His boots were mended. He removed his hat, which was correct, and looked at Micah first, which was not. Most applicants looked for the agent. This man looked at the boy the way a buyer looks at a horse he has already decided to bid on. Heard in town there was a boy left, he said. I farm wheat, 6 miles out. I have need of a boy. I have need of a boy. Not, I have room for one. Lydia noted the words the way she noted everything. Something at the base of her skull whispered, cold and clear. She would remember that whisper all her life. Your name, sir? He gave it along with his papers. She spread them on the table by the window and went through every line while he stood waiting. The papers were in order. That was the terrible part. A deed to a proved-up homestead. A letter from a grain dealer attesting his accounts. A reference from a minister 2 counties over, brief but sufficient, stating him to be sober, industrious, and a widower of good repute. Nothing missing, nothing false that she could find. She questioned him for an hour, longer than she had questioned any applicant that year. Would the boy attend school? In winter, when the work allowed. That was the standard answer in wheat country, and the society's own forms permitted it. Would he attend church? When the roads allowed. Would the boy have his own bed, proper clothes, a doctor if he sickened? Yes, yes, yes. Flat answers, each one adequate, none of them warm. She kept waiting for him to fail some question. He failed none. His eyes were the color of flint, and they never once softened when they rested on the child. Why do you want a son, sir? She asked at last. A man alone on a claim needs help. The boy will be fed and raised right. He will learn work. He paused, then added, as though remembering the shape such things ought to take. It is a Christian thing, taking in an orphan. Every word of it was true. Not one word of it was love. Lydia looked down at her forms. The rule book lay open in her mind, plain as print. An applicant of attested character with means of support, agreeing to the society's terms, shall not be refused save for demonstrated cause. She had no cause she could write in any blank. A feeling was not a cause. A whisper at the base of the skull was not a cause. And the train left at 8 in the morning. She told the farmer to return at 7 before the train for her decision. He put on his hat and went. Through the window she watched him drive off, sitting his wagon seat straight as a rifle. That evening she wired the supervisor in New York. She spent her own coin on it, choosing the words carefully. One applicant remaining boy. Papers adequate. Have doubts. Advise. The answer came back before the office closed, brisk as a slammed drawer. Doubts are not grounds. An adequate placement is better than none. The asylum is full. Place the boy. She sat up late in her boarding house room with the telegram on the table. The lamp hissed. Moths tapped the glass. Somewhere below, a piano played in a saloon, tinny and cheerful, until midnight shut it off. The choice looked simple, laid out in ledger columns. On one side, approved farm, 3 meals, schooling in winter, papers binding it all. On the other side, the asylum. She had seen its dormitories, iron beds in rows, 100 to a room. Boys went into that place, and something went out of them, quietly, the way heat leaves a stove. Against all that, she could set only the flint of a man's eyes. Her father would have prayed over it, so she prayed over it. The prayer kept circling back to the same hard question. Was her judgment truly warning her? Or was she only a tired woman, 3 years on the trains, grown too proud of her own readings? She had been so certain always that she did not read the lookers wrong. Perhaps certainty itself was the sin. The rulebook was built by wiser heads than hers, precisely so that one woman's feelings could not outweigh a child's bread. Toward 2 in the morning, she decided she would trust the system. 100 placements stood in proof of it, against one whisper. She blew out the lamp. In the dark, she could hear the wheat, even here in town. It moved all night at the edges of everything, dry and endless, a sound like whispering with the words worn off. Sleep came badly all the same. At 7, the farmer's wagon stood outside the church hall. At 1:15, the papers lay signed on the table, his hand crabbed and hard, hers neat beneath it. It was done in less time than it takes to tell. Micah wore his cap and carried his bundle, everything he owned in one knotted square of cloth. At the wagon, he turned to look up at her, and his big brown eyes were shining. He picked me, the boy said, wondering at it. Out of everybody he could have waited for, he picked me. He did. The words came out level. She was proud of that later in the bitter way one is proud of scars. Micah glanced at the farmer, already up on the seat, then back at her. He lowered his voice to the pitch children use for the questions that matter. Is he nice, Miss Marsh? He don't smile much. The whisper rose up in her one last time, cold at the base of her skull. She heard herself climb right over it. Farmers out here are quiet men. Quiet is not the same as unkind. She crouched and straightened his collar one final time, as she had straightened it across half a continent. I am sure he will be good to you. Then I am sure too, Micah said. You never been wrong yet. He trusted her completely. That was her doing. 5 weeks of combed hair, steadied nerves, and certainty had taught him that Miss Marsh's word was the floor of the world. Solemnly, he shook her hand like a little gentleman. His fingers were cold in hers, small as a sparrow. She wanted, suddenly and against every regulation, to keep hold of them. Instead, she let go, because letting go was the whole of her profession. Then he climbed up the wheel, seated himself beside the farmer, and waved. The wagon rolled out between the wheat fields. She stood in the road and watched it go, the way she had watched 100 wagons. The wheat closed around it. For a long while, she could follow the dust. Then the wind took that too. The road stood empty, the land shining clear to the horizon as though nothing had happened on it at all. At 8, the eastbound train pulled out. Through the window, the raw little town slid away. Then the water tower. Then there was only wheat. It ran beside the train for an hour, green under the morning sun, beautiful past argument. Somewhere in the middle of all that beauty was a low farmhouse, 6 miles out with a small boy learning its rules. Lydia sat by the window with her ledger on her knees and entered the placement in her even hand. Micah, aged 9, placed with a wheat farmer 6 miles out. Papers complete. The unease rode with her past the first water stop and the second. It will pass, she told herself. It was only tiredness, only a spinster's fancy, overruled by wiser heads. By Omaha, it will pass. She fell asleep that night to the sway of the car, still telling herself so. It was the last night of her life that she slept without it. Chapter 3. A year later, the follow-up circuit brought Lydia Marsh back through the wheat country. She had thought of Micah more often than her ledgers required. Through the winter, his placement page had a way of falling open under her thumb. In the spring, she wrote the farmer a letter, as the forms allowed, asking after the boy's health and schooling. The answer came back in a crabbed hand, 6 words long. The boy is well. He works. Farmers were not letter writers, she told herself. She told herself many such comforts that year, riding from town to town, checking on other people's children. All of them turned out to be chaff. The hired trap carried her out from the railhead on a hot June morning. Wheat stood green on either side of the road, mile after mile of it, whispering as it had whispered a year ago. The farm appeared at last, a low house, a barn, a windmill turning slow against the sky. Everything in repair, everything adequate. She had learned by then to hate that word. Before she had fully stopped, the farmer was at the gate. He had known the society sent visitors. He had not expected one unannounced. Come to see the boy's papers, he said. They're in order. I have come to see the boy. Micah was in the near field, forking hay against a wind that pushed back. She knew him by his size before anything else, because his size was wrong. 9-year-old boys grow in a year. This child had gone the other way. He was thin as a lath, burned brown, with wrists like willow twigs sticking from a man's cast-off shirt. She called his name. He turned and flinched. That flinch told her most of it. The rest she learned in the barn doorway, close up, while the farmer stood by the gate watching. Take off your cap, Micah. He took it off. He stood before her exactly as she had taught him to stand a lifetime ago in a church hall. Patient, not begging. His eyes were the change she could not put in any report, though she tried. The shine was gone out of them. He looked at her the way old men look at weather, expecting nothing of it that could be helped. How do you fare here? She asked gently. The truth now. I work good, ma'am. His voice had gone quiet as dust. He'll tell you. I hardly never break nothing anymore. When did you last attend school? Silence. Church, then? Silence. Micah. She kept her voice level by main strength. Roll up your sleeve for me. Ma'am, I'd rather not. I know you would rather not. Do it anyway. There's a good boy. He looked toward the gate first, at the farmer, a quick animal calculation that broke her heart cleaner than the marks did. Then he rolled the sleeve. The marks were old, and less old, and new. A strap makes one kind, a stick makes another. She had read enough follow-up reports to know the alphabet, but she had never before read it on a child she had signed away herself. Everything her instincts had whispered at a church hall table stood in front of her now, wearing a man's cast-off shirt, in a 9-year-old body. Lydia straightened. Somewhere inside her, very quietly, a door she had leaned shut all year swung open, and what came through it was not grief yet. It was clarity, cold and entire. "Gather anything that is yours," she said. "You are coming with me." The farmer met her halfway across the yard. Up close, his flint eyes had not changed at all. That was the strangest part. She had half expected to find a monster. There was only a man doing sums, the same man she had questioned for an hour, whose papers were all in order. "The boy is placed lawful," he said. "Signed papers say so. The papers say he attends school in winter. He has not. They say he is to be clothed, doctored, and raised as a son." Her voice did not rise. It had gone past rising. "I have seen his arms, sir. The agreement is broken in every clause that matters, which gives the society removal rights. I am the society, standing in your yard. The boy comes with me within the hour, or the sheriff brings me back for him." For a moment, the sums moved behind his eyes. A boy's labor against a lawsuit, harvest help against the county's opinion. He was a calculating man, and the arithmetic came out where arithmetic usually does. "Take him, then," he said. "He eats more than he's worth." With that, he turned back toward his barn. He never asked where the boy would go. In all the year, she thought, he had likely never asked the child a single question that was not about work. Micah's belongings made a smaller bundle than the one he had arrived with. He climbed into the trap beside her and sat with his cap in his hands, looking back at nothing. All the 6 miles to town. Halfway along, she reached over and took his hand. His fingers lay in hers, light as kindling, neither holding on nor pulling away. The wheat whispered past on both sides. A year ago, she had thought the sound peaceful. Now it seemed to her the loneliest noise God ever made. "You'll eat at the hotel tonight," she said, for something warm to say. "Anything on the bill you like?" "Yes, ma'am," he said politely, the way he now said everything. He did not ask what came after the hotel. He had stopped asking what came after things. She filed her charges that same week. Cruelty, breach of agreement, misuse of a placed child. She wrote the report 4 times to keep her hand steady, listing dates, marks, misschooling, sworn to before a notary. The society thanked her for her diligence. The society also had 300 placements in that state alone, a legislature already muttering about the orphan trains, and no appetite for a courtroom. The charges were forwarded, softened, resubmitted, and shelved. The county attorney found insufficient cause to trouble a landowner with a proved-up claim. No one was charged with anything. The farmer stayed on his farm, 6 miles out, with his papers in order. She learned all this by mail through the summer, letter by polite letter. Each one taught her a new lesson about the system she had served like a catechism. It was built by good men to do good, and it did good, mostly. But when it failed, it protected itself first, the way any body protects its own heart. The child was an entry. The entry had been corrected. Micah stayed in her care for 11 days while a new placement was arranged. They were the strangest days of her service, tender and unbearable at once. He ate carefully as though plenty were a trick. He woke silent from dreams that left him shaking. Slowly, in small coins, some of his words came back to him. On the 9th evening, on the boarding house porch, he asked the question she had been waiting for all week. He asked it without anger, which was the worst way it could have been asked. "Miss Marsh, why didn't nobody come sooner?" She had rehearsed answers. The distances, the circuit schedule, the way reports traveled slower than seasons. Every one of them was true. Every one of them died in her mouth. Because he did not want the system explained. He wanted to know why the floor of the world had a hole in it. "Because I made a mistake," she said at last. "I saw what he was that first day, and I let the papers talk me out of my own eyes. I am sorry, Micah. I will be sorry all my life." He considered this with his old solemn care. "You come in the end, though," he said. "Nobody else did." He did not blame her. That was the punishment. God, she came to believe, had looked at Lydia Marsh's case and chosen the one sentence with no appeal in it. The new family lived 2 counties over, a childless couple, kind past question. She inspected everything twice: the house, the church pew, the school a mile off, the woman's arms when she first held them out to the boy. It was as good a placement as the earth offered. She left him at their gate with his bundle. He shook her hand like a little gentleman, one last time. On the train after, she cried silently behind her gloved hand. Kindness came a year too late to a place already burned over. The reports that followed were gentle and worried. The boy was no trouble. The boy was well fed. The boy did not settle. He flinched from the man of the house, who had never raised a hand to him. Bread went missing into a hoard under his mattress. He watched roads. Within the year came the letter she somehow already expected. One morning, the bed was empty. The bread was gone from under the mattress. And Micah was gone with it. The couple searched, the neighbors searched, the county was written to. Nothing. A slight boy on the roads of a big country leaves no more mark than a bird. For months afterward, she looked for him without meaning to. A thin boy at the edge of a depot crowd. A small figure walking a rail grade at dusk. Twice, she got off at stops that were not hers, to be sure. It was never Micah. It was never going to be, and some stubborn corner of her went on looking anyway, for years, at every platform in the West. The society closed his file in the ordinary way. She was in the New York office the day the ledger came down off its shelf. The clerk wrote the line while she watched in a fair copperplate hand at the bottom of page 407. Runoff, whereabouts unknown. File closed. 6 words for a whole boy. The clerk blotted them, reshelved the book, and went to his dinner. Lydia stood a while in the aisle of ledgers, in the smell of ink and dust, while the office went on around her. Then she went out into the street. She walked until dark, and somewhere in that walking, the grief finished turning into what it would be for the rest of her life. She did not leave the society. Leaving would have been easier, and she was done with easier. The train still ran. The tenements were still full. Children would ride west next spring regardless, and they would need someone on that rail car. Better it be someone who knew now exactly what the papers could not see. But she made a vow, and being a minister's daughter, she made it properly, on her knees with her father's Bible under her folded hands. Never again would she sign a child past the warning in her own gut. Let the rule book say what it liked. Let supervisors wire what they pleased. She had weighed a whisper against a page once, and page 407 was what the page had come to. From this day, when her instincts spoke against a placement, it would not be made. Let it cost her position, her pension, every good opinion she owned. She kept the page number in her memory like a scar. Some nights, in some boarding house, she would say it to the dark, the way other women said a name. 407. Never again. Chapter 4. 8 years and some 400 placements later, Lydia Marsh brought a carload of orphans to Cedar Bluffs, Kansas. The woman who stepped down onto the platform that October morning was 34 now, gray-gloved, straight-backed, seasoned as saddle leather. Within the society, her name carried 2 reputations, and she had earned both. No agent placed children better. No agent was harder to satisfy. She had refused applicants in 8 states. She had made enemies of committeemen, torn up half-signed papers, put children back on trains rather than hand them over doubtful thresholds. Twice, the New York office had come near dismissing her. Twice, her record had saved her, because for 8 years, no child of hers had come to harm. Only she knew what the record cost. Every platform in the West had a boy on it who was not there. She still checked for him out of old habit before she checked for anything else. Then she went to work. 14 children this trip, scrubbed and combed in their donated best. She lined them up on the platform for a moment before walking them up the street, chins level, the smallest holding her hand. Cedar Bluffs was a decent railhead town, courthouse and church, 2 mercantiles, a doctor's shingle, wheat money in the storefronts. The Grange Hall stood at the head of the square, and the families were already gathering when she led her charges in. Sunday clothes, scrubbed children of their own, wagons ranked outside. She read the crowd through the doorway, one long practiced look, the way a pilot reads a river. The choosing went the way choosings went. She no longer expected the world to improve at these gatherings, only the outcomes. The strong boys were spoken for within the hour. She questioned every applicant, walking two of them outside for harder questioning. One she refused flat, a feed dealer whose answers about schooling came a beat too slick. The room muttered. The room could mutter. 13 placements by mid-afternoon, and she would stand behind every one of them in any court in Kansas. Then, as always, there was the last child. Tilly was 6 years old, small even for that, a fair-haired scrap of a girl who was mostly eyes. Out of a tenement cellar, she had come to the society half-starved, and 5 weeks of decent food had not yet caught her up. She did not chatter. She watched. All the way west, she had sat by windows watching the country, grave as a little judge, giving away nothing. And she coughed. It was not consumption. The society's doctor had sworn it in writing, only a winter cough hanging on in a thin chest that needed feeding up. But it sounded in the Grange Hall like what it was not, and Lydia watched family after family hear it. They were not cruel about it, the passing farm wives with their kind, worried faces. That was the hard part. They would pause before the girl, take in the small wrists, the pale cheeks, the cough. Then came the practiced regret she had seen at 100 stock sales, the faint sideways settling of a buyer, moving on from a weanling that might not winter. A sickly child on a farm was a gamble. Everyone in the hall had buried enough to know it. By 4 o'clock, 13 children were gone to their new lives. Outside, wagons creaked away down the square, trailing laughter into the October light. Inside, the hall smelled of coffee, floor wax, and the cooling stove. Tilly sat alone on the bench, feet not reaching the floor, hands folded in her lap, exactly as taught. She had watched 13 children be wanted. Her face gave away nothing at all, which told Lydia everything. Children learned that stillness in only one school. Lydia sat down beside her. For a moment, the two of them regarded the emptying hall together. "They lit the stove too hot," Tilly observed at last, quietly. "That's why I coughed so much." "I know it," Lydia said. "So did the stove." The girl almost smiled. It moved through her face like weather from far off, and never quite arrived. There would be no eastbound train until the week's end. Lydia was counting the days left for a placement when a shadow crossed the light from the door. A man stood there, hat in his hands. He was tall, made taller by the doorway, with the settled stoop of a man who works ground for a living. Perhaps 40. Clean-shaven that morning by the look of it, in a coat kept for church. He came up the hall slowly, turning the hat brim through his fingers around and around, then stopped a respectful distance off. "Ma'am." His voice was low and rusty in the way of voices seldom used. "Name's Abel Hartley. I farm a claim 7 miles north." He paused there, as though 7 miles north explained the rest. Gray eyes, sun-creased at the corners, went to the child on the bench with a kind of carefulness. "I've come to ask after the little girl." Behind him, the hall changed. Lydia felt it before she heard it, the particular stillness of a room where everyone has stopped their own business at once. The lingering families, the Grange committee women folding cloths, the men stacking chairs. All of it went quiet, and into the quiet came the whispering. She had 30 seconds of it, in fragments, the way whispers travel a hall. Hartley, the claim up north, his wife, poor thing, 2 winters back, alone out there when the fever came. Doctor sent for too late, they say. Too late, they say. Nobody said the word neglect. The word moved through the hall all the same, the way a snake moves through grass, visible only by what bends. "Mr. Hartley." She kept her voice even and gave him the standard beginning. "You are married, sir?" The hat brim stopped turning. "Widowed, 2 years since." He said it plainly, like a man setting down something heavy on a counter. "I know how that weighs with your society, ma'am. I'd ask you to hear me out anyway." "Go on." "I have 160 acres, proved up. Stock, a sound house, money at the bank in town, and no debts. Any man in this county will speak for my accounts." He drew a breath, as though he had practiced this far and no further. "I don't need help. I hire what help I need. I have room, ma'am, and means, and a use for nothing at all but a daughter." The words were awkward, mortared together like a wall built by lamplight. She had listened to 8 years of applicants, and she knew rehearsed goodness in all its polishes. This was not that. This was a silent man spending a year's words in a public hall with his neighbors whispering at his back. A use for nothing but a daughter. It was almost, she thought, the strangest request an applicant had ever made of her. Farmers asked for boys. When they asked for girls, they asked for big ones, kitchen help, and said so. Nobody drove 7 miles in a church coat to ask for the small, sick child at the end of the day. Which was itself a question, said a cold, practiced voice in her, the voice 8 years on the trains had built. Why does a man alone want the frail one? She looked at him with that question open, looked the way she had learned to look, all the way in. Gray eyes held hers and did not slide away. There was nothing in them she could name as wrong. There was grief in them, worn smooth like a step that gets walked on daily. There was a fierce, banked patience. Asked under oath what she read in Abel Hartley's face, she would have said hunger of the kind that has nothing to do with bread. But the hall whispered, and the rule book did not whisper. It spoke plain. She could recite the regulation asleep. No female child shall be placed in the household of an unmarried man, saving where a mother, sister, or housekeeper of good character resides. It was one of the society's oldest rules, written in the ashes of old scandals. In 8 years, she had never once seen it bent. Her gut, that hard-won instrument, told her nothing evil of the man. It did not need to. There was no blank on any form for the judgment she was about to give, because no judgment was required. Rule and rumor ran the same direction. Between them, there was nothing to decide. Afterwards, she would have years to think about that. How obedience can wear the clothes of wisdom. How a whisper against a man had weighed with her, when once a whisper for a child had not weighed enough. On that October afternoon, she felt only certain, and certainty had always been the feeling she trusted least, too late. She stood so as not to deliver it sitting. "Mr. Hartley, I am sorry. The society's rule is fixed. A girl child cannot be placed with a single man, whatever his character or means. I have no discretion in it, and if I had, I would still be bound to weigh the child's protection above every other claim." She made her voice as kind as its firmness allowed. "It is no judgment on you, sir. It is the rule." For a moment, he did not move at all. Then he nodded, once, the way men nod at hail flattening a wheat crop. Something went out of him as she watched. Not suddenly. It lowered like a lamp wick being turned down until the light that had carried him 7 miles in a church coat was out. What stood in the hall then was only a tall, tired man holding a hat. "I thank you for hearing me, ma'am," he said quietly. His eyes went once more to the bench, to the small grave girl who had watched all of it, missing nothing. "I hope she gets a good home. She has the look of my wife's people. A little. It was in my mind to tell her that." He put on his hat and walked down the hall, past the whisperers who found their tables suddenly interesting. At the door, his shoulders squared. That squaring was paid for. Even at that distance, she saw the price, and she was watching, because watching men was her trade. Then the doorway stood empty, full of yellow afternoon. Somewhere outside, his wagon took up its slow creaking north towards 7 quiet miles and a house with room in it. Beside her, Tilly's voice came, small and level. "That man wanted me. Nobody never wanted me first before." "There will be others, child," Lydia said. She was, at that moment, entirely certain it was true. She had refused correctly by every rule she served. The feeling in her chest was only the day's weariness. So she told herself, gathering her forms, while the committee women lit the evening lamps. 400 placements stood behind her, with one vow and a rule book. All 3 had spoken with one voice that afternoon, and she had obeyed. It would be a long time before she understood what she had just done in the Grange Hall at Cedar Bluffs. She had refused the right man. The week was not finished with her yet. Chapter 5. The Harmons came forward on Thursday, with the train due out at the week's end. Word had traveled, as word does in a county. The society woman at the hotel still had a girl unplaced, a little one, delicate. On Thursday morning, a spring wagon drew up outside, washed so clean it shamed the street. The couple who climbed down from it might have stepped out of an advertisement for prosperity. Eber Harmon was 49 or 50, broad, solid, freshly barbered, in a coat that fit him. His wife, Nella, was a few years younger, straight-backed in gray poplin, her bonnet strings pressed flat. Between them, they carried the unmistakable air of people whose accounts balanced, whose pew was paid for, whose fences did not lean. "We heard there is a child in need of a Christian home," Eber said, hat correctly in hand. "We have come to offer one." Lydia gave them the standard beginning, then a good deal more than the standard. She had 4 days, and she used every one of them. The rulebook asked for papers, references, the word of a minister. The Harmons produced all 3 the same afternoon, complete, unhurried, faintly amused at the thoroughness. A quarter section paid off entire. Accounts at both mercantiles settled monthly. A letter from their minister describing them as pillars, which was the word ministers used when a family's tithe arrived on time. Her vow asked for more than the rulebook, so she took more. On Friday, she hired a trap and drove out to the Harmon farm unannounced, which was her oldest trick. Unannounced kitchens told the truth. This kitchen was scrubbed to the grain of the boards. The parlor held a Bible on a stand, doilies squared to the table edges, a clock ticking like a well-mannered heart. In the yard, fat hens. In the barn, sleek stock. Not one thing leaned, rusted, or wanted paint. She walked the upstairs uninvited over Nella's small frown. A bedroom stood ready for the child, a real bed, a washstand, a window facing east. It smelled of soap. It looked, she thought later, exactly the way a room looks when it has been prepared as evidence. But that thought came later, and honesty made her date it so. On the Friday, she wrote in her notebook, "Room adequate, clean, furnished." She questioned the minister on Saturday, alone in his study. "Have you ever known the Harmons to be unkind? To a hired hand, a beast, anyone? Unkind?" He turned the word over as though she had asked it in Latin. "They are careful people, Miss Marsh. Close, some might say. Eber will follow a nickel a long way, but their name is good. There is no charity subscription in this county without it near the top." "Do they love children, sir?" It is not the same question as the subscription list. The minister smiled at that, a little uneasily. "They have none of their own. Nella has mentioned the want of a daughter to my wife more than once. What passes in a heart, Miss Marsh, I cannot audit. I can tell you no one in Cedar Bluffs will speak a word against them." No one would. She tried several. The storekeeper called Eber slow to spend but square. Neighbor women called Nella a wonder of housekeeping. The bank discreetly consulted, all but bowed at the name. On the Sunday, she pressed Nella Harmon herself in the hotel parlor as hard as she had ever pressed a woman across a table. "The girl is delicate, Mrs. Harmon. I want that spoken plainly between us. Her chest is weak from bad years. She will need feeding up, warm rooms, a doctor when the cough turns. She will be an expense for a year or more before she is anything else. Some households find that a disappointment. I have seen it curdle. We are not a poor family, Miss Marsh." Nella's voice was even, unoffended, exact. "The girl will have what she requires: food, warmth, doctoring as needed. We do not do things by halves. Why do you want her? There are stronger children on other trains. It is a Christian duty to take in the orphan." The answer came smooth as a hem. "And a house wants a daughter in it. Mine has stood too quiet too long." Every word was correct. That was the whole of the trouble. Lydia sat across from this composed, scrubbed, church-going woman and hunted her as she had hunted applicants for 8 years. She waited for the false note, a flint eye, a word like use or need or worth. It never came. Nella Harmon said daughter, duty, warmth, in the right order, at the right pitch. And once, only once, her gaze went to Tilly, who sat small by the window with her hands folded. It rested on the child's thin arms a moment. Something moved behind it, quick and measuring. It was the look a farm woman gives a weanling in a poor spring, reckoning what feed will make of it by fall. Then the look was gone, folded away under the bonnet, and Nella was asking about the girl's schooling. Lydia turned that half-second over for the rest of the day. Turned it in the light, honestly, the way her vow required. What had she actually seen? A glance at thin arms. Any farm wife alive assessed a child's condition on sight, the way a sailor reads the sky. Concern looked like measuring. Measuring looked like concern. There was not one word of it she could write in a report. Her whole hard reputation was built on refusing to invent what was not there. Micah's farmer had made her skin crawl in the first minute. He had said need, said use, looked at shoulders. Beside that memory, the Harmons shone like Sunday silver. If she refused this placement on this evidence, she was not keeping her vow. She was becoming a woman who could place no child anywhere, because once, 8 years ago, the worst had happened. The scar was not an instrument. Scars ached in all weathers. That was what made them scars. So she reasoned alone on the Sunday night. The reasoning was honest, and every step of it was wrong. On the Sunday evening, she brushed Tilly's hair out by the hotel lamp, 100 strokes. She had done it for 1,000 children on 100 trains. The girl sat still as a small post under it, watching their two reflections in the dark window. "Is it the clean house I am going to?" Tilly asked at last. "It is. The cleanest house in the county, I should think." The child took this in with her usual gravity. "I can sweep," she offered. "I know how to be no trouble." "You are not going there to be no trouble." Lydia set down the brush. "You are going there to be a daughter. There is a difference, and you are to learn it." "Yes, ma'am," said Tilly in the voice that meant she was filing the words away with all the others to be believed later if the evidence allowed. The signing was Monday morning in the hotel parlor, with the train leaving at noon. Tilly wore her best dress, with her hair brushed and braided, standing while Lydia made the introductions. The girl looked a long moment at Nella Harmon, then at Eber, with those grave gray eyes that gave away nothing. Whatever she concluded, she folded it away in that place where such children keep their conclusions. "You will have your own room," Nella told her. "A girl keeps it tidy in my house." "Yes, ma'am," said Tilly, "and you will call me mother in time. There is no hurry about it." "Yes, ma'am," said Tilly. The papers lay on the parlor table, filled out in Lydia's careful script. Placement of a female child aged 6 years. Undertakings as to food, clothing, schooling, church, doctoring, kind usage. The Society's printed terms, which she had enforced in 8 states, marched down the page in their small, certain type. "Ing." Abel Hartley signed without reading past the 3rd line, the signature of a man who signed papers confidently. Nella signed below him, neat as embroidery. Last of all, the pen came to Lydia, as it always did. And there, with the nib an inch off the paper, the unease rose in her one final time. Not a whisper, nothing so clear as the whisper had been at a church hall table 8 years ago. This was fainter, a coolness under the heart, the sensation of a door somewhere far back in the house standing open that should be shut. She set the pen down. She made herself inventory it, item by item, while the Harmons watched politely. The house, sound, room, ready. References perfect. Minister, neighbors, bank, all one voice. The questioning met without a crack. Against all that, 1/2-second glance at thin arms and an ache in an old scar. She had promised herself never to sign past a warning in her gut. Was this her gut warning? Or was it only grief wearing her gut like a coat? It is the scar aching, she decided. Micah, not Tilly. It aches in all weathers now. She picked the pen back up and signed. Tilly went to them quietly. At the door of the hotel, the girl looked back once, not pleading, not tearful, only recording, the way she recorded everything. Then Nella's gloved hand settled on her shoulder and gently steered her toward the shining wagon. "You will have my follow-up call before winter closes," Lydia told them from the step. "The Society keeps watch over its children, Mr. Harmon. I say that to every family." "A welcome thing," said Eber comfortably. "You will find her fat and rosy, ma'am." The wagon rolled off up the street, washed and prosperous, the small fair head very still between the 2 straight backs. Lydia watched it out of sight. Then she went upstairs, packed her valise, and walked to the depot in the clear October noon. Her train came in on time. From her window, Cedar Bluffs slid away. The courthouse, the church, the Grange Hall where a tall man had turned his hat brim around and around. Somewhere north of town, a wagon was carrying a girl toward a scrubbed house with a ready room. Somewhere 7 miles out, another house stood with room in it, and nothing to fill the room. Lydia opened her ledger on her knees and entered the placement. Female child, age 6, to Eber and Nella Harmon, Cedar Bluffs. Household inspected, references complete. An excellent placement by every measure the Society possessed. She read the entry over, and the coolness under her heart touched her once more lightly, like a hand she chose not to take. The train gathered speed into the east. The wheat country poured past the glass, stubble gold now, waiting for winter. She had stood in it a week, weighed 2 homes for one small girl, and ruled by the book both times. Wagons rolled away from her in 2 directions across Kansas, and she rode east between them, her papers in perfect order. In the space of 5 days, without once breaking a rule, she had committed both of the mistakes that would remake her life. She had refused the right man. Now she had signed the child into the wrong home. Chapter 6. Late fall brought Lydia Marsh's follow-up circuit west again, through a Kansas gone brown and hard. The route covered 6 placements in 4 counties, and she took them in her usual order, thorough as winter. A boy learning smithing in Salina, thriving. 2 sisters near Abilene, fat and squabbling and loved. At each gate she felt the old tightness, and at each gate it loosened. 8 years of vigilance had taught her that most doors, opened suddenly, held ordinary goodness behind them. Cedar Bluffs came last on the circuit in the final week of November. The town had shut itself against the cold. Smoke stood up straight from the chimneys, and ice skinned the water troughs by 10 in the morning. She hired the same trap from the same stable, and the road southeast unrolled between shaved fields under a sky the color of dishwater. She was aware of being glad, and she examined the gladness as she drove. Part of it was ordinary. The last call of a circuit was the turn toward home, whatever home was. But part of it was particular. The faint coolness she had carried away from the Harmon parlor had ridden with her for 6 weeks, light as a burr. Today she would be quit of it. She would find the girl fat and rosy as Eber Harmon had promised. The scar would be proved only a scar. She would board the eastbound with her mind swept clean. The farm looked handsomer than ever under the gray light. Sleek stock, tight fences, the wagon washed even now in mud season. Nella Harmon opened the door before Lydia had finished knocking. The trap had been seen from a distance then. Later, assembling it all, she would find that told her a good deal. "Miss Marsh, what a thing in this cold. Come into the stove." The kitchen was warm as a Sunday. It smelled of bread and stove black. Coffee appeared with cream in the good cups. Eber came in from the barn, all courtesy, hand outstretched, weather remarked upon. The clock ticked in the spotless parlor. Everything in the house was exactly where it belonged, except that nothing in the house was a child. Lydia had inspected homes for 11 years, and her eye ran its inventory before her mind gave it words. No small coat on the pegs by the door, no boots in the boot row under the men's, no slate, no rag doll, no mending in a small size in the basket, no third place worn into the table's arrangement. The house did not merely lack the sight of a girl this morning. It lacked the sediment a girl leaves, and sediment was what she trusted. "And where is Tilly?" she asked, warming her hands, keeping it light. "Resting," said Nella. "She is poorly today. The cold catches her chest, you know how she is. More coffee? I will see her, please." "When she wakes, surely. She needs her sleep." "Mrs. Harmon," Lydia set down the cup. "I have called at 6 homes this month. In every one I saw the child within 2 minutes of my foot crossing the sill. That is the society's rule and mine. I will see her now." A look went between the Harmons. It lasted no longer than the look at thin arms had lasted 6 weeks ago in a hotel parlor. Then Nella rose, smoothing her apron. "Of course, this way. Mind, she has been ailing. I told you she was delicate. You told us yourself, for that matter." Out of the warm kitchen, the way led down a short hall, past the parlor Bible, to a door at the house's north end. The ready room, the one with the east window and the washstand, they passed on the way. Its door stood open. It held apples now, spread on newspaper to keep, and a broken churn. Nella opened the north door. Cold breathed out of it. The room had no stove, and the chimney did not pass through it. One small window, glazed with frost on the inside. A narrow bed. In prosody percent. On the bed, under one thin blanket, lay a shape so slight that for a heartbeat Lydia took it for wadded bedding. Then the shape coughed. The sound was nothing like October's stove smoke cough in the Grange hall. This came from down in the chest, a raw, tearing bark over and over, the body arching with it. Lydia crossed the room in 3 steps and knelt. Tilly's face was gray-white, dry, wrong. Fever heat came off her like off a Flatiron. The braids Lydia had seen brushed and ribboned were undone to a dull mat. Below the nightgown's sleeve, the arm was thinner than it had been off the train in October. It had been thin enough then to lose a placement. 6 weeks in a prosperous house, and the child weighed less. She saw the room whole in that first moment, the way she saw everything, whether she chose to or not. A stool with a mending basket on it, the only task light enough for fevered hands. A cup of water on the floor, rimmed with ice. No lamp, no picture, nothing on the walls but frost flowering silver gray in the corners, beautiful the way cruel things sometimes insisted on being. 6 weeks. The girl had been sleeping under her inventory all along, one closed door past the parlor Bible. "Tilly, it is Miss Marsh." The gray eyes opened, glassy with fever, and worked to find her. Finding her, they did something worse than weep. They apologized. "I get up directly," the girl whispered. "I don't mean to be idle." "Hush now. You will lie still." Lydia's voice came out level, which astonished her, because inside her something had begun to roar. She took the small, hot hand. It lay in hers, light as kindling. She had held a hand like it before, on a wagon seat in the wheat in another life. She stood and turned. The Harmons filled the doorway, side by side, respectable to the last button. Neither had entered the room. Habit, she understood. It was not a room they came into. "How long has she been like this?" "She has coughed since we had her." Nella's tone was the tone of Ledger's. "You knew her chest when you brought her, Miss Marsh. Let us be fair. She worsened these 2 weeks, with the cold snap." 2 weeks. What has the doctor said?" Silence, one beat of it. "We have doctored her here," Nella said. "Onion syrup, camphor when she frets. My mother raised 8 on less." "You gave an undertaking, in writing, for a physician when the cough turned." "There's a doctor in town, 5 miles. 2 weeks, Mrs. Harmon." "Dr. Coates is $1 the visit, winter roads." Eber said it not angrily, but the way a man explains arithmetic to someone slow. "Add his bottles on top. We have already fed the girl 6 weeks, ma'am, warmed her, clothed her. She turned out sickly beyond what we were told. She cannot yet so much as gather eggs without sitting down after. We bargained on a girl who would grow into her keep. Instead, the keep grows, and the girl does not." He was not ashamed. That was the fact she took in slowly, standing between the freezing bed and the warm hall. Neither of them was ashamed. They were explaining a disappointing purchase. The room with the east window had been dressed for an inspection and returned to the apples when the inspection passed. The undertakings had been signed the way one signs for freight. Terms to recite, not to keep. Somewhere in their private accounting stood an entry, girl, delicate, and against it a sum that had stopped being worth paying. Not monsters. She would say it to herself many times that winter. Not monsters, nothing so grand. Misers of the heart, keeping a child the way you keep a poor investment, out of the weather and off the books. And every word of it was Micah's farm again. The adequate paper, the acceptable answers. A house in good repair, references like Sunday silver. A child paying quietly in a back room the difference between promise and performance. 8 years she had kept her vow, and the vow had guarded every door except this one. Nothing stood wrong behind this door that a report could name. She had signed past the coolness under her heart because it was faint. After all, the evidence was fair. She had reasoned like an honest woman. Her reasoning had been honest. The child weighed less. Something in Lydia that had been burning low for 8 years now caught the draft and stood up into flame. It did not feel like anger, or not only. It felt like obedience ending. "You will hitch your wagon," she said, "and fetch Dr. Coates. Now this morning, I will sit with her until he comes." The Harmons looked at each other. Then came the shrug. Eber's shoulders gave it, barely, a small settling motion, but she read it fluently, for it was written in the only language the house spoke. The shrug said, $1 the visit. It said, winter roads. It said, plain as the parlor clock, that no more good money would follow bad. The entry was closed. Nobody sent for the doctor for a failing investment. "We will think on it," Eber said, "if she worsens." "She is burning now, sir." "Children run hot. She has run hot before and come through it. We are not made of dollars, Miss Marsh, whatever folks suppose." He grew reasonable, expansive, a man being patient in his own hall. "Come spring, she will pick up. You may put in your report that she is housed and fed, for she is. There is no law says we must ruin ourselves on physic. Lydia looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked down the hall at the warm kitchen, at the parlor Bible on its stand. She thought about the report she could write and everything it would set in motion. The forms existed. She had taught them to younger agents. Notice of concern filed with the county committee. Petition for removal forwarded to New York. Review, correspondence, a hearing when the roads allowed. The society's wheels, which ground fine but ground slow. Weeks at the kindest counting. Behind her in the cold room, the cough tore again. The small body arched under the thin blanket, steadied, breathed. She had spooned water between the small, cracked lips an hour ago, a teaspoon at a time, while the frost flowers bloomed on the glass. She had counted the breaths, untaught, the way mothers count them. Even her counting knew the number was wrong. There are sums a woman does without arithmetic. The body does them, standing in a doorway, listening, weeks at the kindest counting. She stood in the warm hall of that spotless house, doing at last the one sum the Harmons had taught her. The society had weeks, the child had days. Chapter 7. Lydia sat with the child through the middle of the day, in the room where the chimney did not pass. She had asked for broth and got it. Spoonful by spoonful, what little Tilly could take went down between coughing fits. She asked for a second blanket and got that too, brought promptly, almost graciously. The Harmons were not withholders of blankets. Blankets cost nothing that showed on an account. It was the dollar visits, the bottles, the burning of good coal in an unused room that had been weighed and declined. While the girl dozed, Lydia sat on the bed's edge and went over the lawful course. She knew it to the letter. She had taught it to the letter, standing before rows of new agents in the New York office with the forms held up in order. First, the notice of concern, in duplicate, one copy to the local committee, one to New York. Then the visit of the committee, at their convenience, to verify. Then the petition for removal, which required the committee's endorsement, and went east by mail. Then the society's review and the correspondence with the family, who were entitled to answer. Then, if all wheels turned without slipping, an order of removal, executed by an authorized agent in the presence of a county officer. She had defended that machinery all her life, even after Micah, even bitterly schooled. It existed for good reason. Without it, any agent with a grievance could snatch children off farms on her own say-so. The courts would fall on the society like a barn on fire. 1,000 placements would be undone by the lawlessness meant to save one. Procedure was the price of the whole system. She believed that still, sitting on the bed's edge. She would believe it in some corner of herself forever. 6 weeks, if nothing slipped. 8, with winter mails. Under her hand, the child's chest worked like a bellows with a hole in it. Once, in the early afternoon, Tilly woke clear-eyed for a little while, the way fevers sometimes allow. She looked at the frost on the window a long time, at the mending basket, at the woman on the bed's edge. "You stayed," she observed. "I stayed. Folks mostly don't." It was said without complaint, a traveler reporting the roads. Then the eyes clouded again, and the coughing took her. Lydia held the small shoulders through it until it passed, until the girl slept. Folks mostly don't. She sat with that a while, in the cold among the frost flowers. 3 words, and the whole of a 6-year-old ledger in them. Somewhere down the years, everyone this child had ever been handed to had done the arithmetic and moved on. The society had rules against promising, and Lydia had kept them all her service. She bent to the hot little ear anyway, quietly, committing her last crime against the regulations first. "Folks are done leaving you," she said. "It stops here." There are moments when a life gathers itself into a single room. Lydia felt hers gathering, quietly, while the frost thickened on the inside of the little window. 8 years ago, she had stood at a table with a pen, a rule book on one side, a whisper on the other. She had obeyed the book, and a boy had gone into the wheat. Every day since, she had told herself that when it came again, she would know it, and she would not fail it twice. It had come again. It was here, in a north room, breathing badly. This time there was no doubt to hide in. This was not a whisper against fair evidence. She had seen the arm. She had heard the shrug. The book and the child had finally fully parted company. No honest reading could hold them together. She could serve the procedure, or she could serve Tilly. The two roads did not touch again anywhere short of a grave. Lydia smoothed the matted hair off the small, hot forehead and stood. Kilnade. The kitchen, when she came into it, was full of early dusk and the smell of supper. Nella Harmon stood at the stove with her back straight and her spoon moving, a woman in perfect order in the middle of her kingdom. Eber sat at the table with a newspaper he was not reading. They had been talking low and had stopped. "I will ask it once more," Lydia said. "Send for Dr. Coates tonight. I will pay his dollar myself and his bottles too. It costs you the hitching of a wagon." For a moment, she thought the offer of the dollar had done it. Something flickered across Nella's face. Then it set, and Lydia understood that she had made an error of accounting, the only kind that mattered here. She had made it charity. In this kitchen, they were respectable people. Respectable people did not take a strange woman's dollar to doctor their own ward, and neither did they spend their own. Between those two propositions, the child fell, as she had been falling for 6 weeks. "We will not be lessoned in our own house," Nella said, with the spoon still moving. "The girl is seen to. You have made your call, Miss Marsh, and you may write what you have seen. Housed, fed, blanketed. Supper is shortly, if you will stay." The clock ticked in the parlor. Outside, the wind had come up, carrying the first dry snow against the glass, and something in Lydia went quiet and hard. Afterward, she would search that moment many times for the feeling of decision, and never find one. There had been no weighing left to do. The weighing was 8 years done. What she felt instead was a kind of wide calm. It was the calm of a woman stepping off a ledge she had stood on all her life, finding the fall no distance at all. Micah's ghost stood at her shoulder in that kitchen. Later, she would say so in those words to one man only. He did not accuse. He never had. All he ever did, in a voice gone quiet as dust, was ask why nobody came sooner. And she heard herself answer him at last, silently, in a farm kitchen in Kansas, with snow beginning at the window. Somebody is coming now. She did not argue with the Harmons. She was finished, forever, with arguing this case before this bench. Without a word, she walked past Nella Harmon, down the hall into the north room, and shut the door behind her. Her traveling coat was good gray wool, 11 winters old, the only extravagance she owned. She stripped the blanket back and worked the child's limp arms into a second nightgown from the drawer. Then she wrapped her in the coat entire, hood over the hot head, small face in the collar's shelter. Tilly's eyes opened, fever bright, an inch from hers. "Are we going somewhere, Miss Marsh?" "Yes. Am I coming back?" "No, Tilly, you are not." The child studied her gravely for a moment from inside the gray hood. Whatever she read there, it satisfied her. The small body, braced for 6 weeks in a cold room, let go all at once. It went heavy in Lydia's arms and buried its face in the collar like a thing folding home. Lydia carried her down the hall, through the kitchen, past the stove and its moving spoon. In passing, she took the extra blanket off the chair where she had left it. The girl would need it, and they owed her far more than blankets. Nella made a sound behind her. Eber's chair scraped. The yard was blue with dusk, and the dry snow ran along the ground like spilled salt. Cold went through her dress at once, her coat being better employed. She laid the child on the seat of the hired trap, tucked the blanket round, unhitched with fingers already stiffening, and climbed up. Behind her, the porch door banged. Eber Harmon stood in the light of his doorway in his shirt sleeves, and for the first time in their acquaintance, his voice was raised. "You have no authority, woman. There is a sign placement." "Do you hear me? Signed papers, lawful placement, my name to it and yours. Take that girl off this farm, and it is theft, plain theft, and I will have the law." He was correct. That was the strangest part, and she knew it fully, sitting straight in the cold with the reins in her hands. Every word he shouted was law. Her authority had died in a New York office the moment she chose this. The paper was valid. The paper was his. She turned on the seat and answered him, once, over her shoulder into the wind. "Keep the paper, Mr. Harmon, and welcome. I am only taking what the paper failed." Then she chirruped to the horse. The trap swung out of the shining yard, past the washed wagon, through the gate in the tight fence, onto the town road. 5 miles of dark lay ahead. The snow came fitfully, in dry waves, and the cold was a flat iron pressing. One arm circled the bundled child as she drove, Tilly's head lolling against her breast, the small, ragged breathing telling itself into the wool. Twice the coughing came, terrible in the open dark. She pulled the hood closer and talked steadily, nonsense, hymn lines, the names of stations, until it passed. She prayed as she drove, her eyes open on the dark road, being her father's daughter. It was not a prayer with petitions in it. She had no standing left to petition from, having just broken her word, her contract, and the law of Kansas in a single evening. What she offered instead was the plain report of an agent to her last remaining supervisor. Here is the child, here is the road, thou knowest the rest. The wind took the words as fast as she made them, which seemed to her that night a kind of receiving. Somewhere in those 5 miles, without ceremony, 11 years of Lydia Marsh's life went on to the fire. She watched them burn as she drove. The position, first woman of her standing in the society's service. Its pension with it. The record, 400 placements, the sum she had instead of a family, instead of a parlor, instead of a single soul waiting on any platform anywhere. Reports would be written about her now rather than by her. The word dismissed stood somewhere ahead in the dark, as certain as the town. Searching herself for the grief of all that, she could not find it. Ledgers, she thought. It had all been entered in ledgers, and ledgers had somehow become the enemy tonight. What she felt, with the burning girl breathing against her heart, was the wide, calm still. Under it lay something she had no right to, and claimed anyway. Not 1 mile of this road would she ever regret. Not one. The lights of Cedar Bluffs rose small and yellow out of the dark plain ahead. Lydia Marsh, lately of the Children's Aid Society, drove her stolen child toward them at the best pace the horse would give. Chapter 8. Dr. Coates's shingle hung at the south end of Main Street, and Lydia hammered on his door with the child in her arms. The man who opened it was near 60, rumpled as an unmade bed, with gray whiskers going 8 directions and a lamp held high. Whatever he saw in the doorway, a strange woman, coatless in November, holding a gray bundle that coughed, he wasted no words on it. In, he said, kitchen, the stove still going. His bag stood ready by the door, scuffed pale at the corners. It had plainly seen the inside of every farmhouse in the county. He worked out of the kitchen half the night, in shirt sleeves, by lamplight, steam kettles, mustard plasters, a listening tube to the small, laboring chest, again and again, his blunt face going longer each time. Lydia held the girl upright through the coughing, fed the stove, fetched water, and obeyed. Somewhere in those hours, a neighbor boy roused the boarding house, her valise was brought down, and a room was engaged. She remembered all that only dimly afterward. What she remembered was the kitchen, the kettles, and the doctor's face. Toward 3 a.m, Tilly slept, propped high on pillows, breathing like a rusted gate but breathing. Coates washed his hands, poured 2 cups of stone-cold coffee, and delivered his verdict plainly. It was, she came to learn, the only way he ever delivered anything. Pneumonia. The left side's the worst of it. That is the roof of the trouble, not the cellar. He drank, grimacing. The cellar is that the child is starved. Not underfed, madam. Starved. She has no more flesh on her than a fence rail, and fever burns flesh for fuel. Pneumonia on a well-kept child is a hard fight. On a frame like that, it is a siege. Will she live? She may. He said it without softening. If she is kept warm as a hen's egg day and night, if she is fed every 2 hours, broth, milk, egg beaten in, whatever will stay down, weeks of it. If she is nursed by somebody who does not tire, in a room where the fire never dies. Do all that, and I will still not promise you the spring. Fail any of it, and I will promise you the other thing. He set down the cup, looking at her kind-eyed and blunt together. Now, I have seen that child before, riding to church between the Harmons, done up in ribbons. You will tell me before either of us sleeps how she comes to be dying in my kitchen in another woman's coat, she told him. All of it plainly in his own currency. The north room, the frost inside the glass, the arm, the shrug, the porch, the 5 dark miles. She ended with the only confession that mattered, that she had taken the girl with no authority under heaven and meant to keep her. Coates listened without once interrupting. Then he grunted, gathered the cups, and said the first kindness of the night in the unkindest voice imaginable. Well, It took 11 years in the Children's Aid Society to get one useful thing done in that house. Go to bed, madam. Your girl will want you at 6. At 6, as ordered, Lydia was at the bedside in the boarding house's best back room, with the fire built high against all economy. The nursing began that morning, as it meant to go on. Broth at 6, milk with egg beaten in at 8. The counting of breaths between, the kettle kept singing for the steam. Tilly took what she was given, a spoonful at a time, with her grave eyes open on Lydia's face, as though holding to a rail. "Where do we live now?" she asked once, in the fever's flat little voice. "Here today," said Lydia. "I will manage tomorrow when it comes." It was the first answer she had given a child in 11 years that had no system anywhere behind it. Strangely, it tasted more like truth than any of the others. By morning, the scandal was general. Cedar Bluffs was a county seat town of some 1,200 souls, and news crossed it faster than weather. The society woman, the one from the Orphan train in October, had gone out to the Harmon place and snatched the girl back, carried her off at dusk, coatless, like a gypsy. Eber Harmon shouting theft off his own porch. The child at death's door at Coates's half the night, whatever that proved. Didn't it prove something on both sides, depending which fence you talked across? Lydia felt it when she walked to the depot at 9, through air gone brittle with cold. Talk stopped at the mercantile door as she passed, took breath, and started again behind her, changed. Women she had never met looked at her with narrowed interest. A placement was town business in a town like this. She had made every soul in Cedar Bluffs a judge, and the evidence was still coming in. The Harmons, to their credit as strategists, did not sue for the girl's return. They went to church instead. It wanted 3 days until Sunday, but they came to town before that, twice. They were seen and they were heard. Shamed before the county, they chose the high, dry ground and held it. They were well rid of a bad bargain, Eber told the men at the feed store, comfortably, ruefully, a charitable man imposed upon. Sickly beyond what was disclosed, Nella told the sewing circle. Coughed the day we had her. The society woman knew, mark that. And now the same woman steals the girl back, and respectable people are slandered in their own county for the crime of Christian charity. It was well done, Lydia admitted, hearing it all secondhand. It cost them nothing, and it banked their position. If the child died at Coates, why, there was the proof of the sickliness, sad as could be. At the depot, she composed her wire to New York. She wrote it 3 times on the back of a form before she paid for it. There was a version that excused and a version that accused. She tore up both. What she sent was an agent's report, the last one, exact and level. Follow-up call found placed child gravely ill, untended, confined, unheated room. Physician confirms pneumonia, starvation. Family refused doctor repeatedly. Removal effected by me without authority. Child under physician's care, Cedar Bluffs. Await instruction. The answer came next morning, and it was 2 lines. Employment terminated this date for unauthorized removal. Surrender child to local committee forthwith. She read it on the depot platform, in the wind. The operator watched her through his window, having read it first, as operators do, which meant the town would have it by noon. 11 years. 400 children. 2 lines. Lydia folded the paper into her valise, next to her father's Bible. She walked back up Main Street with her spine straight, past the talk that stopped and started. Somewhat to her surprise, the wide calm held. The word dismissed, arriving at last, weighed less than the fear of it had weighed for a week. It was only the bill for the road north, and she had known the price when she took it. She would not haggle now. Forthwith, however, was another matter. Surrender the child to the local committee forthwith. The local committee for placements in Cedar Bluffs was 3 men. She called on all 3 that afternoon, because procedure deserved its chance, and because she needed to see their faces. First came a church elder, dry as a haymow. He received her in his front room and looked at her the way one looks at a debt come visiting. The committee's charge was placements, he explained, not invalids. There was no fund for nursing. There was no household standing ready. Had she considered that the child ought never have been removed? The second elder said the same in fewer words, through a partly open door. Kindest of the 3 was the storekeeper, honest as well, being a man who dealt in stock. He knew what he was looking at. He came out from the counter at least and dropped his voice. "Ma'am, I will tell you what the reverend gentleman will not. Nobody on this committee will take that girl, because that girl is like to die. Nobody wants the burying of her on his account book before God or the county. And there is another thing." He glanced at the window, at the street. "Folks are watching how this settles. The Harmons have friends. A man in trade cannot be seen to take sides in it. You understand me?" "Perfectly," said Lydia. "You are the third respectable man I have understood today." She was unjust to him, a little, and knew it. The charity could not be spared that day. She walked back to the boarding house through the blue cold, with procedure's chance fully spent. The committee would not take Tilly. The committee would also not fight to take her. Forthwith had died in 3 parlors of the same disease each time. Nobody wanted a dying orphan, except one dismissed woman with no roof to put her under. The boarding house keeper was waiting in her own hallway, arms folded, with the room key already off its hook. She was sorry, she said, in the voice of a woman who had rehearsed with her sister all afternoon. It had been represented that the child was convalescent. It was now generally said the child had the lung fever. Boarders were asking, and hers was a respectable house. No sick children kept. And the sister put in from the parlor doorway, saying the quiet part with relish, no dismissed women neither. The week's rent would be returned. The room was wanted by Saturday. By tonight, said the sister. Lydia did not argue this bench either. She was learning the size of the country she had moved to on Tuesday night, the country of no position. Its borders were being walked for her, parlor by parlor. At dusk, she settled with Dr. Coates for the visits, which took her funds down to $7 and small silver. Coates, blunt as ever, would not shave the bill, doctoring being how he ate, but he looked at her a long moment over it. The look said something she was too proud that evening to let it say aloud. By full dark, it was done. Lydia Marsh stood on the frozen board sidewalk of Main Street, Cedar Bluffs, with a valise in one hand. Against her shoulder lay a blanket-wrapped, fever-hot child. The wind came down the street from the north, carrying dry snow past the lit windows of respectable houses. 11 years, she thought, 400 children lodged safe, and I cannot lodge one more for a single night. Tilly stirred against her neck, coughed, quieted. She stood there in the wind, between the lit windows and the dark. The measure of it she took without flinching, because flinching warmed nothing. A valise, a burning child, $7, not one open door in the county. For the first time in her orderly life, Lydia Marsh had nowhere at all to go. Chapter 9. Dr. Coates found her on the frozen sidewalk, which surprised her not at all afterward. Nothing moved through Cedar Bluffs without the doctor hearing of it, usually before supper. The boarding house's notice would have reached him with his afternoon calls. He came down the dark street at his rolling, unhurried gait. One look took in the valise, the blanket, the small hooded head against her shoulder. He jerked his chin toward his own door. "In, both of you, before that child undoes my week's work in one night's air." His kitchen received them a second time. Tilly went onto the settle by the stove, wrapped to the eyes, while the doctor stirred the fire up and put milk on to warm. He asked no questions. He had plainly heard the answers all over town already: the wire, the committee, the sister in the parlor doorway. Lydia sat with her hands around a cup she did not drink from, and laid it out anyway, flat as a report. It steadied her to make reports. There was so little left that steadied her. "Nobody in this county will house us, doctor. Not together, at any price I can pay. I have $7. She cannot travel, you have said so yourself. I will not surrender her to people who want her buried cheap." She heard her own voice come near the edge of something, and walked it back. "I am open to instruction." Coates packed his bag through this, methodically, bottle by bottle, for the night calls that never ended. When he spoke, it was to the bag. "You know," he said, "there is one man in this county with room to spare, money at the bank, and no reputation left to lose. Such a man could take in a plague ship and be no worse talked of than he already is." He buckled the strap. 7 miles north, if my geography serves. The kitchen went very quiet, except for the fire. Lydia flinched. She felt it happen, felt him see it, this man who watched bodies for a living and missed nothing. Heat came up her neck like fever, and it was not fever. It was the Grange Hall, replayed entire in one breath, the hat brim turning, the whispers running the room like a snake through grass, her own voice, kind and certain, telling a decent man in front of his neighbors that the rule was fixed. I refused him, she said, in October, publicly. I heard, everyone had heard. That was October, it is December on Thursday, and the wind has changed. He shouldered the bag, looking at her kind-eyed and merciless. Pride is a fine coat, madam, but it does not warm a second body. You asked for instruction. There it is. I will look in on the child at noon tomorrow, wherever she wakes up. He held his own door for them, which was how Lydia Marsh came to be borrowing his trap. The road north ran 7 miles into a mean wind, and she drove every one of them, rehearsing. There were words for such an errand, and she built them as she drove, tore them down, built them again. Mr. Hartley, you will remember me. Mr. Hartley, I have no right whatever to be on your land. Sir, in October I weighed a whisper against you, and I have since learned the weight of whispers. Every version was true. Every version curdled on her tongue. She had stood in a public hall and measured this man by gossip, by a rule, by everything except her own eyes. Her eyes had read him right. Now she came to his door at night, dismissed, penniless, notorious. She came to ask shelter of the one man in Kansas she had wronged before witnesses. The wind came off the plain in long, flat pushes, rocking the trap. Under the blanket, against her heart, Tilly coughed and burrowed. Snow ran dry and hissing across the road, in the last of the light, like something being poured out that could not be gathered again. Once a farmhouse showed its lamp far off to the west, went by, and was closed over by the dark. There were maybe 40 households in reach of this road. In 11 years, she had recommended hundreds of strangers to one another on less evidence than she owned about any of them. Now the whole science of her life had shrunk to a single unscientific certainty, 7 miles out, about a man she had spoken with twice. Let him turn me off, she rehearsed at the 5th mile. He has every right. Only let him take the child. The claim rose out of the dark at last, a low house, a big barn, one lit window. All of it sat settled into the land, the way buildings sit when the man who works them is steady. A dog spoke once from the barn and was still. She got down stiffly, lifted the bundled girl, and stood a moment in the yard in the wind at the door she had shut. Then she knocked. Boots crossed a floor inside, unhurried. The door opened. Abel Hartley stood against the lamplight in his shirt sleeves, a big man gone very still, looking at what the night had brought him. She had her speech. She had built it over 7 miles. Mr. Hartley, I have no right to ask what I am about to. That was as far as she got. His eyes went from her face to the bundle, to the small, flushed face inside the gray hood. The coughing chose that moment to take the child, hard, the raw bark tearing the quiet. Something crossed his face that she would spend the winter learning to read. Then Abel Hartley simply stepped back and pulled the door wide, out of the wind's reach. Bring her into the fire, he said. 6 words. She had rehearsed 100, and he had made every one of them unnecessary. Lydia stood 1 heartbeat longer in his doorway, understanding dimly that she was seeing the thing itself. It was the thing all her forms had ever tried to ask after. Then she carried Tilly in, and he shut the winter out behind them. The house was one long, warm room with doors off it, plain as bread, clean as a ship. He did not offer the settle. He went straight through and turned down his own bed, the wide one nearest the chimney where the warmth pooled. There he stood aside while she laid the girl in it. Then he built the fire up until light jumped on the rafters, filled every lamp in the house and set them burning. Doctor seen her? Dr. Coates. Pneumonia. She gave it to him plainly, the whole prescription, warmth without fail, feeding every 2 hours, the listed medicines, the long odds. He listened to the way she was learning. He did everything entirely without fidgeting or interruption. Which medicines? She showed him Coates's paper. He read it once, took his coat off the peg, and was buttoning it before she understood. Mr. Hartley, it is full dark. It is 7 miles. 14, he said mildly, there being a return. At the door, he paused, hat in hand, and nodded toward the kitchen. Broth's in the crock from my supper. Milk in the can in the lean-to, eggs in the basket. Whatever the house has is hers. A beat. Yours as well, ma'am. Then he was gone, but not before he had fed, watered, and bedded her horse, removed from the trap in his barn. Hooves went away down the wind at a working trot. A man was riding 14 night miles in December for a child the law said was nothing of his. Not one question had he asked. Not about the papers, and she knew he knew of them. Not about the scandal she trailed like smoke. Not about what the town would say by Sunday, which they both could recite unheard. She had come braced for the one question with no good answer. Why should I open my door to the woman who shut hers? He had not asked that either. Lydia went back to sit by the bed in the strong yellow lamplight. She fed the fire, watching the child breathe. Warmth worked through the room, through the girl, at last through her own frozen feet. Tilly's face, easing in the heat, lost a little of its gray. Once, surfacing between fevers, the child opened her eyes and looked slowly around her. The rafters in the firelight, a strange quilt, lamps all burning, extravagant as Christmas. "Where is this?" she whispered. "Mr. Hartley's house. The man from the Grange Hall. Do you remember him? We are stopping here." Tilly considered the room again, gravely, from inside her fever. "It's warm clear to the corners," she reported at last, as though warmth in corners were a rumor she had heard tell of somewhere and doubted. "Yes, sleep now." On toward midnight, she took broth, 7 spoonfuls, the most in 2 days. Then she slid into the first quiet sleep Lydia had seen from her since the north room. The house ticked and settled around them, talking to itself the way sound houses do. Lydia sat in its lamplight with her hands still at last, and took, because she could not help it, her professional inventory. Floor swept, tins ranged in order, harness oiled on its pegs by the door. A Bible on the shelf, spine cracked with use. Wood split and stacked to the rafters, enough for 2 winters. It was the woodpile of a man who looked after whatever was given him to look after. Outside, the wind worked at the eaves and found no way in. The dog spoke once more from the barn to something imaginary and quieted. Somewhere beneath the floor, warmth from the banked ash moved in the stones. A house 7 miles from anywhere, and it held the night off the way a lamp holds off a room's dark, simply, without argument. This was the household she had refused a child. 10 minutes, she had once boasted on a train full of orphans. 10 minutes to judge any home in America. She had not needed 10 minutes here. All it had needed was to disregard everything the whole county said. Plus the one rule with no blank for judgment in it. She had disregarded neither, so a right-minded woman had done by the book a plain and perfect wrong. The shame of it slowly rose through her, hot as the fire, and she made herself sit in it without flinching. She was done flinching from true things. October could not be undone. But somewhere past midnight, listening to the child breathe easier, Lydia began to dimly make out the shape of what might yet be built. Hooves returned in the smallest hours. Abel came in quietly with the cold shining off him. He set the medicines on the table, every item on Coates's paper, then looked once, briefly, at the sleeping child. "She took broth," Lydia said, 7 spoonfuls. Something eased in the big shoulders. "Good," he said. "Sleep when you can, ma'am. I'll keep the fire." He drew a chair to the far side of the stove. That was where the lamplight found him when she woke at dawn, upright, awake, keeping it. Chapter 10. The town gave them 4 days of grace, which was longer than Lydia had expected. Dr. Coates came at noon that first day as promised, and pronounced the child no worse, which in her condition amounted to praise. He came again 2 days after. It was Coates, on that second visit, who brought the news of town. He delivered it while he warmed his hands, pretending it was nothing but weather. The tongues were busy. Of course they were busy. A dismissed society woman, notorious from one end of the county to the other, was living under Abel Hartley's roof. Unmarried, the pair of them. A child of disputed placement between them, and that child, mined, stolen off a lawful farm by the woman's own hands. The talk had already reached the minister, who had preached on Sunday about charity, his eyes on the middle distance. It had reached the Harmons, who were heard to say it confirmed everything. It would reach the county seat in time, and county seats had courts in them. "I say this as a man who hears everything twice," Coates finished, blunt as his own bag. "Talk is weather, mostly, but this talk can be made into paper. A complaint that the child is improperly kept. Two names with no marriage lines between them makes the complaint for them. You take my meaning. He did not stay for coffee that day. After him, Lydia stood a while at the glass, watching the snow come on, and took his meaning entire. The scandal was not hers alone anymore. That was the newest weight and the worst. Her own name was already spent. She had spent it herself, with her eyes open, on a road in November. Nor did she want it back at the price it had cost. But she had brought the wreck of it into a quiet man's house. Now the talk was scouring what little the town had left him. And behind both their names, small and burning in the bed by the chimney, was the girl. If the county chose to look, it would find a sick child kept by a spinster of ruined character and a widower of whispered reputation. No committee in Kansas would leave her so. The truth of the nursing would count for nothing against the shape of the thing on paper. Abel raised it first. That was the part she did not expect, then or ever. He raised it at the supper table, 2 nights after Coates's warning, in the lamplight, with the dishes not yet cleared. He had been quiet through the meal, quieter than his usual quiet, which she had learned by now was saying something. Then he set down his cup and laid both hands flat on the table, like a man about to lift a weight. He looked at her straight. "I'll speak a thing plainly, ma'am, and you'll forgive the plainness. There's no committee in this state will leave that child long with a spinster and a widower keeping house unwed. You know it better than I do. You wrote such reports yourself." "I did," said Lydia, "for 11 years. Then you know where this road goes." He turned his cup a quarter turn, the nearest he ever came to fidgeting. "But a married couple now, a married couple with a good farm behind them, land proved up, money at the bank, doctor's word on the nursing. That is another matter altogether. That is the kind of report that ends in the child staying put." The fire snapped. In the bed by the chimney, Tilly breathed her rusted gate breathing, asleep. "Mr. Hartley," Lydia said carefully, "are you proposing marriage to me?" "I am proposing it the way I'd propose a fence line," he said, "as a thing 2 neighbors build because the land requires it. I'll not dress it up finer than it is. You'd see through the dressing anyway." He took one breath and laid it all out, level, like planks. "My name and my roof for your nursing. You'd have the north bedroom for your own, and your own say over it. Separate rooms, no claims made, none looked for. Before God, I'll deal with you honest. And before the county, I'll deal with you married. Past that, you'd owe me nothing at all." He said it mostly at the table, in the voice of a man who had hammered every word smooth beforehand in the barn. Then he made himself look up for the last of it. "And I'll vow you this besides. While I have land and 2 hands to work it, you and that girl will never want. Not for bread, not for doctoring, not for standing room in this county. That is the whole of my offer, ma'am. I know what it isn't. I'd not blame you for refusing it." Silence came in and sat down with them. Lydia looked at her own hands and found them folded on the table like a stranger's. She had an odd, distant thought, and let herself have it, because it was easier than the nearer ones. She had assessed marriages of convenience across a desk for 11 years. Hundreds of them. Widowers wanting housekeepers, brides wanting rescue, arrangements dressed as unions, everyone documented in her tidy pages. She had judged them fairly, approved the sound ones, and always privately pitied every woman who signed. There, but for the grace of God, she had thought, filing the papers, goes no one I intend to be. Now here sat Lydia Marsh at a pine table in Kansas, listening to the terms of her own. And the strange part, the part she turned over while the fire snapped, was that pity was nowhere in the room. She hunted for it dutifully. What she found instead was arithmetic of a kind her ledgers had no column for. A man who had opened his door before she finished her first sentence. A child who slept because that man rode 14 night miles without being asked. A house where every lamp had been lit for them, that first night, as though light cost nothing. Against all that, the loss of a name she no longer possessed, and a hope she had never permitted herself anyway. She thought of the 100 women she had pitied, and wondered for the first time how many of them had been doing arithmetic like this. It was a humbling line of thought. The winter was proving full of them. "There is one thing I would have said aloud first," she said at last. "You are taking the worst of this bargain, Mr. Hartley, and I won't have it pass unsaid. My name is a byword from here to the county seat. Marry me, and you marry the talk, all of it, forever. The town will say you were caught by a scheming woman, and the Harmons will say worse. The town has said its worst of me for 2 years, Abel said. I am still here. Words don't plow much, ma'am, I have noticed. A pause. And I'd sooner be talked about for keeping a child alive than for what they talk of now. That, she would think later, was the moment. Not a courtship, not a declaration, nothing the Matrimonial Times would have printed. One quiet sentence from a man who knew exactly what his name was worth in town. He offered it anyway to a woman with none for the sake of a girl with less. Then I accept your terms, Mr. Hartley, said Lydia Marsh, who could not decide, hearing herself, whether to laugh or to weep. She did neither. She put out her hand instead. He shook it once, gravely, the way men close on a fence line. His hand, warm and hard as a plank, swallowed hers whole. Abel, he said, if we're to be married, the mister can go. Abel, then. I am Lydia. I know, he said, and there was, just possibly, the first thin edge of dry humor she had heard from him. The whole county knows, ma'am. They were married the Thursday following in the little Cedar Bluffs church at 10 in the morning, with the frost still on the windows. It was a small business, quickly done. The minister, to his credit, had agreed without a sermon, whatever he thought behind his eyes. Coates stood witness, smelling of camphor, having timed his noon call to serve. A neighbor woman from along the North Road, sent by Coates and sworn to sit with Tilly for the hour, made the second signature. There were no flowers in December, and no music but the stove ticking. The bride wore the gray dress brushed out, there being nothing else in the valise. Lydia had stood at the back of 100 such weddings, agent and auditor, watching for the signs. Now she stood at the front of her own. The old words were said over her at last, at 34, in a borrowed county, beside a man she had known 5 weeks. She said her part in a steady voice. So did he, twisting no hat, his voice low and level. But she saw what it cost him to stand before the empty pews that had whispered him out of them. The ring was his mother's, plain and thin. He said so in 2 words when he put it on, by way of apology for its age. It fit as though sized. Afterward, on the church steps, Coates shook hands with the air of a man satisfied with the treatment's progress. He said something blunt about the fever, then rolled off on his calls. The witnesses went their ways. The street stood empty in the cold, and the 2 of them, Mr. and Mrs. Hartley, walked to the wagon through the fresh snow, while the bell said nothing at all, and eyes watched from windows along the length of Main Street. Neither spoke for the first miles of the road north. The snow creaked under the runners. The plain lay white to the world's rim, glittering and enormous, and the wind for once had gentled. Lydia rode, looking at it, hands folded inside the old coat that had wrapped a child. She took a last inventory of the day, inventories being the only trousseau she had. 400 children she had matched to homes. Herself she had matched at a pine table on terms for a girl's life to a man the county would not sit beside. By every measure in her old ledgers, it was the strangest home of all. The claim came up out of the white, low, and settled smoke standing from the chimney where the neighbor woman kept the fire. Abel drew rein in the yard and was around the wagon before she moved. He handed her down, brief and careful, at the door of the house. Well, he said, and stopped to look for the words. He was not a man for thresholds, or speeches, or days like this one. Comin' home, then, is what he found. It did well enough. She went in. Chapter 11. Winter shut the door on Kansas the week after the wedding, and did not open it again for 2 months. The snow came first in businesslike falls, then in one long, howling burial that leveled the fences and rubbed out the road. The world contracted to what a rope's length from the door could reach: the barn, the well, the woodpile. Within the house, life contracted further still, to one warm room and one small battle, fought in shifts around the clock. This battle had its own equipment, and the equipment ruled the house. The kettle kept singing on the stove for the steam that eased the child's breathing, basin and flannels warming on the stone hearth. Camphor and the doctor's bottles ranged on the shelf in the order of their hours. Broth in the crock, milk in the can, egg beaten in with sugar when she could take it. Lydia kept a ruled paper on the wall. On it, she marked every feeding, every dose, every fever hour. Agent's habit turned to Mother's use. They divided the day between them without ever once discussing it. That was the manner of the house, she was learning. Tasks arranged themselves in it quietly, the way stock settles in a good barn. Lydia nursed by day, while Abel did the outside work of two men in weather that fought him for every chore. At night, he sat up so that she could sleep and kept his watches by the bed with a stillness that outlasted the lamp. The fevers came in sieges. 3 days running, in the darkest part of January, the child burned frighteningly high. Coats fetched through the drifts would promise nothing at the door. Those nights, neither of them slept. They rode it out together, sponging the small body hour by hour. The man held the basin, the woman wrung the cloths, not 10 words between them before dawn. It was in those weeks that Lydia learned what the town, in all its talking, had never once credited. Abel Hartley was astonishing with the child. Not capable, which she had assumed from the woodpile. Not dutiful, which the vow at the pine table had promised. Gentle, past anything she had words for, and she had spent 11 years writing words about how households handled children. The big hands that swung an axe all morning could take a fever-fretted girl up out of tangled bedding without waking her. He was patient the way furniture is patient. He would sit 2 hours with a basin on his knee, unmoving, so the steam tent over her chest never slackened. The wind screamed in the chimney. His supper went cold twice, and when Tilly fretted, in the weary way of long fevers, wanting nothing that could be named, it was Abel she fretted for. He would wrap her in the quilt and carry her to the window. There he stood holding her up to the glass to watch the snow come down, naming things at it in his low voice. The barn, the windmill, ice to a lace, chickadees raiding the crib. 15 minutes of that put her to sleep when every bottle on the shelf had failed. The town would not have known him. That thought returned to her at odd hours, watching. Cedar Bluffs had built itself an Abel Hartley out of whispers, a cold man on a lonely claim, and the whole county believed in him. Meanwhile, the original sat nights with a basin on his knee, warming flannels for a stranger's child. There was not one witness to it in the world, but a dismissed woman and God. "You have done this before," Lydia said one evening before she could weigh it. "No," he said at length, "only meant to." He did not explain. She did not press. But the answer sat in the room after him. She turned it over for days, agent's habit again, worrying at the one entry that would not reconcile. The house had said something of it already. A house always talked if you knew its speech, and she had known houses' speech all her working life. This one was plain, scrubbed, widower bare, one man's boots by the door, one man's coat on the peg. And yet, there was flowered oilcloth on the kitchen shelves, laid by a woman's hand, kept clean these 2 years by a man's. There was a woman's small rocker by the window that no one ever sat in, and no one ever moved. There was a work basket on the high shelf with the needles still parked in the mending. Marion, the name the Whispers had used in the Grange Hall in October, his young wife, dead on this claim 2 winters since, of the cause nobody would name aloud. Lydia knew better than most what whispers were worth. But the rocker was not a whisper, nor the oilcloth. A woman had been loved in this house. Anyone who could read a room could read that much. It was late January before the house told her the rest. Tilly had passed her worst siege by then. Hours of the mending sleep held her, deep and quiet. With the child safe under quilts, Abel gone to the stock, Lydia took up the housework proper for the first time. She went room by room, as much for the order of it as for the dust. And so, with a broom in her hand, her mind on nothing, she opened the door of the small back bedroom. It was the one door in the house that stood always closed. She stopped on the threshold and stood entirely still. A child's bed, small and neatly made, with a quilt and a pattern of stars. A child-height washstand with its pitcher. A shelf on the wall, hand-carved, the work of patient winter evenings, scalloped along its edge, waiting for small treasures. And on the pillow, seated against the headboard with her calico dress smoothed down, a rag doll. The room was 2 years deep in silence, and there was not a fleck of dust in it anywhere. That was what undid her, the dustlessness. A shrine gathers dust, and grief lets it. This room had been kept. Somebody had come in, month upon month, through 2 years of alone. The shelf had been wiped, the quilt shaken, the doll set back against the pillow with her dress smoothed down. This room was kept ready the way you keep a lamp lit in a window, not in memory of a thing past, but in stubborn provision for a thing still hoped. She heard him come in behind her, the floor announcing him. She turned with the broom in her hand, and no words anywhere. Abel stood in the hall, looking past her into the little room. Whatever moved in his face went deep and stayed there, the way everything did with him. Marion wanted a girl, he said. 4 words in the voice he used for true things. Then he reached past her, quiet as church, and drew the door shut. He went to fill the wood box as though nothing had happened at all. Lydia stood in the hall a long while. She had refused this man a daughter in front of the county. A whisper, backed by a rule, had been her whole evidence for turning him away. She had watched something go out of him. In her own mind, she had written it up as regrettable and right. Now she stood in his hallway, hearing the true account at last, and it read altogether differently. The hat brim turning in the Grange hall had not been a lonely man's fancy for company. It had been a promise, made to a dying wife in this house, in that little room, kept dusted for 2 years against all reason. He had driven to town in his church coat to keep it. And the society's woman, with her 10-minute eye, had looked straight at a kept promise and called it a risk. Angrily, with wet eyes, she finished the sweeping and never told him. The little room stayed shut after that day, and neither of them spoke of it again that winter. But she dusted it herself thereafter, when he was with the stock, quickly, the shelf, the quilt, the doll's smooth dress. It seemed to her the least rent a woman could pay, who was living on a kept promise she had once refused to believe in. After that, the long watches changed, in the slow way of winter things. They had always shared the fire's last hour, when Tilly settled. 2 chairs at the stove, mending or harness leather between their hands, mostly silent. Now, by degrees neither of them marked, the silence began to give up words. Spare ones, honest ones, traded like careful coin. One night, he asked what New York City smelled like. He considered her answer for a full minute and at last said that he would keep Kansas. She asked how a man learned carpentry fine enough for a scalloped shelf. So she learned about his father, dead at 40 of a horse, about the tools he had left and winters long enough to make anything. Piece by piece, watch by watch, 2 guarded lives showed each other a corner at a time. He told her without ornament what the first winter alone had been. The stock his company, the lamp lit early. She told him of the trains, the depots, the 100 boarding house rooms, the whole itinerant geography of her service. Its one buried grave she kept back. That page she had never read aloud to a living soul, and did not now. Some doors, she was discovering, a person opens a winter at a time. And every night, when the fire fell to coals, he banked it, then looked in on the sleeping child a last time. "Good night," he would say to his wife at the door of the north bedroom, grave as a deacon. That was the whole of their marriage, exactly as contracted at the pine table. It was a strange season, and Lydia knew no name for it. She, who could assess any household in America in 10 minutes, sat 2 snowbound months in the middle of this one. She could not get to the bottom of it at all. Every inventory came back incomplete. A marriage of convenience, terms honored to the letter, and yet the house did not feel like its paper. A silent man, exactly as advertised by the whole county. Yet the child fretted for him, and the doll sat dusted in the little room. That low voice, naming snow at the window, was the gentlest sound she had heard in 11 years of doors. Some nights she lay in the north bedroom, listening to the wind, to the quiet man keeping watch beyond the wall. Her old professional certainty was dissolving like sugar in something warm. 10 minutes to judge a household. She had believed it half her life. She had been in this 7 weeks and had only begun. Chapter 12. In the first week of February, Tilly turned her corner. Coates named it so himself, and he was not a man who named recoveries early. He had driven out through a hard, bright morning, the drifts glittering under a sky swept clean for once. At the small chest, he listened long, thumped it, listened again. Then he sat back on the bed's edge and looked at his patient, who looked gravely back. "Stick out your tongue." Tilly stuck it out. Sass in the system. Best sign there is. He packed away the listening tube and delivered the verdict over his shoulder, blunt as always. The left side's clearing. Fevers broke proper, not just resting. Keep on exactly as you are through the thaw, and you may put the burying dress away, Mrs. Hartley. This one means to stay. Lydia had to set down the cloth she was folding and stand a moment with her back to the room. 10 weeks. 10 weeks of 2-hour feedings, of counted breaths, of nights divided like watches at sea. The child in the bed had cheeks now, actual cheeks, still thin but present, and a voice above a whisper. Lately, she had opinions about porridge. Half the county could testify secondhand that the girl was dying. Nobody, it appeared, had told the girl. Abel was out with the stock. Coates, for once in his hurrying life, did not reach for his coat. He sat himself at the kitchen table in the manner of a man prepared to be persuaded. The roads being what they were, he allowed, coffee would not go amiss. She poured for them both. The kettle ticked, the child drowsed, the window light lay yellow across the swept floor. It was, she would think afterward, the first still hour that house had held since she entered it. Still hours she used as she had always used them. This one she spent on the question underneath. Dr. Coates, I want the truth of Marion Hartley. The doctor's cup stopped an inch off the table. He set it down without drinking. You could ask your husband. I could. I won't put him to the cost of it. She held his eye level. In October, I stood in the Grange Hall and weighed a whisper against that man. 400 placements worth of judgment behind me, and I refused him a child on a whisper. I have lived in his house 9 weeks now. I know the whisper is false, the way I know this floor is level. What I do not know is the truth, and I find I cannot stand not knowing it. You were there, doctor. The town says even that much. Tell me what happened. Coates looked at her a long moment. The measuring look he gave a chest before he thumped it. Yes, he said at last. I was there, such as there was to be at. He turned his cup a slow half-turn and told it. 2 winters back, this was. February, like now, only the bad February, the one folks still date their winters by. Marion Hartley took a fever on the Monday. Nothing to fright anyone at first. A winter fever, plenty about that season. Abel did all the sensible offices, and they were the right ones. I'll say that in any court you like. Kept her warm, kept her drinking, watched the signs. Tuesday she seemed to mend. Half my fevers that winter did the same, mended Tuesday, and were well by Sunday. He drank at last and set the cup down carefully. Wednesday night the fever turned fast, the way the bad ones do, and the storm came in the same night, the big one. By Thursday morning there were 6 feet of drift on every road out of this claim, and the wind was still building it. No neighbor within call, no getting a rider through. He had a sick wife and a buried road, so he made the only play left on the board. Coates's voice stayed level, a man reading from his own ledger. He wrapped her in every quilt in the house, and he carried her. Toward town, madam. Prosody rate, on foot, through the drifts, 3 miles of them, with the snow coming on sideways. A big man, and a young man then, and even so. I have doctored in this county 30 years, and I know of no other man who could have done those 3 miles at all. The kettle ticked. Lydia sat very still. I was coming the other way, Coates said. Word had reached me Tuesday she was feverish. When the storm broke off toward noon, I started north on the strength of a bad feeling. I fought the same drifts with a horse to help me, and barely made it. We met on the road below the school section rise. He was still walking, still carrying her. A pause, the only one he permitted himself. She had been gone 3 hours by then. I'd put it at 3. He knew it, I think, in the way a body knows and won't. He asked me to see to her, all the same, very civil, standing in snow to his thighs. So I saw to her, in the middle of the road, in the wind. And then he carried her the rest of the way to town anyhow. He would not have her brought in on a sled like freight. The room was quiet a long time. A fever and a blizzard, Lydia said at last. That is the whole of it. That is the whole of it. I signed the certificate myself. Fever, no doctor able to come, and none at fault, unless you'll indict February. Coates' face set in its deep lines. Now ask me the other question, madam. Ask me how a county that has taken my word on every death in it for 30 years came to believe a lie instead. Tell me. Because grief wants a culprit. He said it flat, an old diagnosis, long confirmed. A young woman dead at 26 wants explaining, and weather is nobody. You cannot hate a drift. Marion's people, her aunt and town chief among them, needed it to be somebody's doing. Otherwise, her death was only a thing that happened, and that they could not bear. So it became his doing. He was quiet, he was solitary. He had taken their bright girl 7 miles out to a lonely claim. Sent for the doctor too late, they said. Let her die out there, they said, not saying the word, saying it all the same. I told the truth of it in every kitchen in this county, madam, for 2 years. I am telling it still. A sermon cannot shift it now, nor a sworn oath neither. The lie got into the walls like damp, and no season dried it. Town truth is a kind of bone once it sets. And he never answered it, Lydia said slowly, in 2 years. Never once stood up in the road and said what you have just said to me. Never once. Coates pushed his cup away. I asked him why the one time, a year on. He thought about it the way he thinks, till you wonder if he's heard you. Then he said, they're mourning her too. That was the whole of his defense, and the last word he ever spent on it. He would not argue with mourners. Do you see? It would have meant setting his grief against theirs in a public scale. He judged her people's the heavier, they having the least of her to keep. The doctor stood and took up his bag. His bluntness failed him for the first time in her acquaintance, so that he said the end of it to the window. He lost his wife on the Thursday and his good name by the spring. He bore the two of them out to that claim and worked his land. Alone, with the little room dusted. 2 years, madam. You have wintered with him. You know how quiet a man can carry. He left her with the road's cold still on him, pausing only at the door. For what it is worth, he said, you are the first soul in this county ever to ask me for the account entire. The rest were content with the whisper. It saves such a deal of arithmetic, a whisper. Then he was gone, runners squeaking away south over the snow, and Lydia sat alone at the kitchen table for a long time. The child slept. The kettle ticked. In the yard, faintly, she could hear the ring of the axe, steady, patient, unaccusing. It was the sound of a man who had carried his wife 3 miles through a blizzard and been convicted for it by acclamation. For 2 years, he had chopped wood in the county that convicted him, without once pleading his own cause. She took out her old arithmetic and did it over, plainly, the way she would audit any agent's worst case. The facts as known in October. One rule, wisely written, forbidding girls from being with single men. One whisper, unexamined, alleging neglect. One man, read by her own trained eye in open hall. That eye had found grief, patience, hunger of the heart, nothing wrong. She had held the actual truth in her hands that day, held it the way she held it now. It had been set aside in favor of the town's bone and the book's blank. She had not even asked Coates then. He had been 7 miles from the Grange Hall, the account entire, walking around town in a rumpled coat. The society's best agent had not spent one afternoon to seek it. By the book, she had done it all correctly. She had believed that in October. It was still true, and she was done hiding in it. Judgment was her vocation, the whole estate she owned instead of a family, the pride of 11 years. Very well. Let judgment sit its own examination. An agent presented with a kept promise had recorded a risk. Presented with slander, she had filed it as evidence. Presented with the one man in the county who would open his door to a dying stranger's knock, she had shut hers. Kindly, firmly in front of his neighbors. Guilty, said the agent, in her even hand at the bottom of her own page. Guilty by every professional standard I possess. Out in the yard, the axe rang on, splitting wood for a house with a stolen child asleep in it. And it came to Lydia, sitting in her own verdict, that restitution had already begun without her noticing. It had begun the night his door opened before her sentence ended. What remained was to live it out. She was not certain yet what living it out would ask. The town had taught her what whispers were worth. The Harmons had taught her what papers were worth. And when the fight came for Tilly, as come it would, she knew now to the last clause exactly what Abel Hartley was worth. Once already, the county had buried the truth about him. She did not intend to let it stay buried a second time. Chapter 13. Spring showed early that year, and so did Tilly. The thaw came in the first week of March, weeks before its time. Water spoke in the eaves all day. The drifts shrank back from the fences like a tide going out, leaving the land brown, breathing, ready. Old men in town predicted a punishing April for it. The season paid them no mind and went on arriving. So did the child. The cough loosened first, week by week, until the terrible bark had worn down to an ordinary clearing of the throat. Next came the appetite, which arrived like a delegation. One morning, she wanted a second egg. Within a fortnight, she was eating the way the once-starved eat when they finally believe in tomorrow's breakfast. Steadily, thoroughly, with an eye on the skillet. Then came the morning Lydia woke at first light to an empty bed by the chimney. One bad moment, that was, of the old kind. She crossed the main room with her heart in her mouth. She found the kitchen door ajar, the morning coming in gray and mild. Tilly sat on the step in her nightgown, wrapped in Abel's barn coat, pulled down to her ankles. The barn cat sat before her, upright and formal. The girl was feeding it biscuit, one grave crumb at a time. "He came to the door," Tilly explained, not turning around. "He is not allowed in, but there is no rule about the step." Lydia stood behind her, breathing again. There had been no discussing of rules about cats in this house, ever. The child had invented the whole legal framework herself, out of the morning, the way children do when life starts up in them again, as though the long fever had been a station where her living waited, like a trunk to be resumed. "Come in before you chill," was all the answer Lydia could manage. "The cat may keep the step." "His name is Deacon," said Tilly, settling the matter, and came in. After that, the child's recovery stopped being a nursing matter and became a season in itself. She was discovered on the fence rail, conversing with the horses. She was discovered in the loft, and there was a reckoning about ladders. Color came up in her face like the season itself. Underneath the grave watchfulness, which never left her entirely, something younger began showing through. The little girl there had never yet been room for. Words came up in her, too, that spring, the way the grass came. The grave little bulletins of the sickbed gave way to actual conversation. Questions, mostly, delivered in volleys. Why did the windmill turn one way but not the other? Whether hens had opinions. Where the creek went after it left. What became of the fireflies in winter? A question nobody in the household could answer to her standard. She hoarded the answers the way she had once hoarded bread. Watching, Lydia understood it was the same hunger, moved up out of the body at last into the life, and she attached herself to Abel. Lydia watched it happen with a lump in her throat she did not examine too closely. It began with following. Wherever the man went, a small shadow went after. Down the barn rows, along the fence line, out to the field where he walked the thawing furrows, judging the ground. He never sent her back. He shortened his stride instead, without appearing to, so the shadow could keep up. By April, she rode his shoulders to the barn every morning, hands buried in his hair, issuing observations. He would go past the kitchen window with her aloft, and Lydia would hear it. The small voice went steadily like a bird, with the rumble of one-word answers under it, now and again. There is a way the once-starved love when they finally decide to. It holds nothing in reserve. It sets its whole weight down. Tilly loved Abel Hartley that way, wholly, unbudgeably, once and for all. What it did to the man was the part Lydia had no words for. The town had called him silent so long that silence had seemed his substance. It had been drought. Under that child's daily rain, Abel Hartley bloomed, slowly, the way dry ground blooms from underneath. He began to talk at supper, actual paragraphs about the ground, the stock, what the creek was doing. He was heard one morning, whistling in the barn, off-key. The whistling stopped when he noticed, and later started again. Once, crossing the yard with the child on his shoulders, he laughed outright at something she said. It was a short, rusty, astonished sound, like a pump working after years. Lydia stood at the window that time, with a dish going dry in her hands, and found she had memorized the sound before it ended. The pair of them buried a sparrow that April, with full rights. It had flown against the window glass. Tilly bore it to Abel in both hands, certain he could mend it, because in her cosmology the man could mend anything. He looked at the small body a long moment. Then he fetched the spade. By the garden fence he dug a grave the size of a teacup, solemn as a sexton, while the child chose the psalm. They sang it together, the big voice under the small one. From the window, Lydia could not hear the words, only the shape of them. She stood watching with her hand at her collar until it was done. With her, Tilly was different. Not cold, careful. The girl was courteous, biddable, quick to help with any task, and watched Lydia the way one watches a good fire, from a sensible distance. Lydia understood it perfectly, which made it no lighter. Abel had never signed her over to anyone. Lydia had. However, the arithmetic of rescue was reckoned. The child's ledger held one entry against her, that no nursing struck out. Miss Marsh was kind. Miss Marsh had also once handed her to the Harmons and boarded a train. So the two of them circled the same warm fire, wary as barn cats, exchanging courtesies. It might have gone on so a year. Instead came an evening in late April, with Abel at a neighbor's overseed. Tilly stood a long time at Lydia's elbow, watching her take down her hair. Then she said, in a voice pitched carefully to sound like nothing, "My mother used to braid mine, before she took sick. There was a way she did it, with 3 parts and the ribbon woven in, not tied after." "I know that braid," said Lydia, whose hands had gone very still. "You could do it, if you wanted. My hair is long enough now." So the child sat on the floor between Lydia's knees in the lamplight. Lydia brushed out the fine fair hair 100 strokes, then began the 3-part braid with the ribbon woven in. She worked slowly. Some ceremonies announce themselves, and a wise woman does not hurry them. Tilly sat straight at first, formal as at church, then less straight. Somewhere past the halfway, the small head grew heavy, tipped, and came to rest against Lydia's knee. The girl was asleep mid-braid entirely, the boneless sleep of full trust. Lydia sat without moving for a long time. The lamp hissed. The half-finished braid lay warm across her palm. Against her knee, the child breathed slow and even. The breathing she had once counted through terrible nights, now just breathing, just a sleeping girl. And the longing came up in Lydia Marsh then with no warning at all, a want so fierce and total that it frightened her. Not the mild professional tenderness she had rationed out to 400 children on platforms. This was another creature entirely. It wanted this child, this braid, this lamp, this house with the man's coat on its peg. The whole arrangement, it claimed, permanently, with a ferocity that had teeth. The want had apparently been living in her fully grown for some time, waiting for one unguarded evening to stand up. She was 34 years old. Other women's kitchens she had inventoried for 11 years, their warmth written up in reports, graded, filed. She knew all that could be known about how a home looked, about how one felt from the inside on an April evening with a sleeping child against your knee. She knew nothing whatever. The ignorance broke over her all at once like weather. Carefully, so as not to wake her, she finished the braid. She wove the ribbon in, not tied after. Then she carried Tilly to bed, standing a while to look down at her. She went back to the lamp, shaken, because she had caught herself. That was the knowledge she sat with, late while the fire fell. Even in the fiercest of it, some cool professional stem of her had stood apart in the corner of her own kitchen, observing, assessing the household, approving it. Household warm, it noted, child thriving, attachment forming, placement sound. As though Lydia Marsh were on circuit here, as though this were one more excellent home under inspection, one she must presently write up, close the file on, and leave, valise in hand, for the evening train. It had a voice, that stem, dry as a form. It spoke in the office's language, of suitability, of terms. It had kept her upright through 11 years of leavings. Every home she had ever loved a little, it had closed the file on. Every platform farewell, it had notarized. It was not her enemy. It had been for 11 years the whole of her survival. That was what made it terrible. 11 years of trains had built that stem into her spine. She did not know how to take it out. She did not know how a woman set down the clipboard and simply lived in a kitchen, her own kitchen, without one eye composing the report. Other women were born knowing. She had traded that knowledge, somewhere along the line, for the ability to judge it in strangers at a glance. Her father would have had a sermon for it, she thought, staring into the coals. The one about Martha, probably, busy with much serving, while the one thing needful sat unattended at her own hearth. He had preached it kindly, as he preached everything. She had heard it at 12 years old with her boots swinging under the pew, certain it applied to other people. Boots sounded in the yard at last. The door brought in Abel with the smell of night and seed dust. He stopped, as he always stopped, to look in at the sleeping child. Then he came to the stove, where the coffee kept warm. "Braid's new," he observed. "She asked for it, her mother's way." Lydia heard her own voice come out level. "She fell asleep against my knee while I made it." Abel poured his cup and was quiet for as long as he always was when something mattered. "That's a first, then," he said. "Yes, it is." He nodded once and said no more about it. They sat with the fire between them in the usual silence, but the silence had company in it that night. And long after the house slept, Lydia lay in the north bedroom, facing the one task she had never been trained for. The inspector wanted to burn her own clipboard. She could find neither the courage nor the match. Chapter 14. Spring work took hold of the claim in May, and the days filled to their brims. There was planting, first and always, the long fields going in from first light. There was the garden Lydia broke behind the house, potatoes, beans, squash, onions, a scandal of ambition for one woman's first year. There were hens now, a dozen of them, fetched from a neighbor in a crate, with Tilly appointed their governess. The child took the office seriously, named every bird, and delivered daily reports on their politics. Somewhere in those green weeks, without either of them proposing it, husband and wife fell into partnership. It was not the arrangement from the pine table. That arrangement had been walls, his work and hers, plainly fenced. What grew up in May was something else, a wordless meshing, the way two hands learn a shared task. She drove the wagon while he unloaded. He built the garden fence before she had mentioned rabbits. She learned to read what he wanted passed to him before he looked up. He took to appearing at the exact hour the heavy kettle wanted lifting, on no schedule anyone could have named. They worked, in short, the way old couples work. Neither of them remarked on it. Remarking had become the one thing the household could not do. The garden came in like a testimony. By late June, there were beans past the counting, the squash vines annexing the hen run, lettuces in ranks. Abel walked the rows some evenings with his hands behind his back, saying nothing. His manner was that of a man inspecting a miracle he did not wish to startle. 11 years of boarding house dinners, and now the food she had raised from her own ground stood on the table every night. She had not expected the plain joy of that. It kept ambushing her, along with everything else, because the small moments had begun betraying them both, and both knew it. There was the morning she came off the wagon wheel awkwardly. His hand caught her elbow, steadied her, and stayed. One breath too long, that hand. Perhaps two. Nothing at all. Both of them stepped apart and spoke of feed. The place on her arm kept the shape of it half the day. Her laughter was another. Abel's humor came rarely and bone-dry, a sentence at a time, offered sidelong. It ambushed her every time. She owned a laugh she had never had occasion to discover on the trains, quick and entire. When it broke out across the supper table, the man looked, every time, like a farmer who had struck water, and there was the way each looked up when the other came into a room. That was the one Lydia caught herself at, and could not school away. The door would open, and her eyes would go to it before thought, the way a compass swings. His did the same. She saw it, he saw hers. Nothing was ever said. The needles swung, meals were eaten, terms were honored, for the terms held. That was the foolishness of that whole green spring, and it took the two of them working at it every day. Abel had his reasons, built solid the way he built. He was certain of exactly one thing in the matter, and he had been certain of it since the wedding. She had married the child. The necessity, the fence line, the committee's arithmetic, him last of all, the dull farmer who happened to come attached to the roof. He knew what he was. A quiet man past his best years, 7 miles from anywhere, whose conversation was weather and stock. She was a clever, traveled woman who had managed 8 states and 400 children. That such a woman laughed at his table, he told himself, was gratitude. That her eyes came up when he entered was courtesy. A man who mistook courtesy for more would deserve the waking after. He had buried one wife and one good name. He did not propose to bury a friendship, which was, he reminded himself nightly, more than the bargain had promised him anyway. So he held to the terms, careful, his distance decent. The ache of it went into fence posts. Lydia had her reasons too, and hers were older. She was certain the marriage's terms were the plain truth of it, because the terms fit all she knew of her own history. She had been wanted before, often. Wanted the way the society wanted her for her competence. Wanted the way 400 families had wanted her for what she brought and handed over. Wanted, even, the way the Harmons had wanted Tilly for use, and she at least had been used honorably. Nurse, housekeeper, respectability on paper. That was what Abel Hartley had contracted for at his pine table, plainly, honestly, like the honest man he was. He had never pretended otherwise. To read the steadying hand as more, to read anything into a man's eyes at a door, was invention. A spinster of 34 inventing what was not there. Her whole hard reputation, she reminded herself, was built on refusing to invent what was not there. Besides, said the oldest voice in her, the one from 100 boarding house rooms, consider the evidence of your life entire. Nobody had ever yet stood on a platform waiting for Lydia Marsh herself. To hope past the terms was folly, and she had seen what hoping cost the women who filed through her office. She would not be found so. Thus, two intelligent people sat down to supper every evening and fell further in love. Each was fortified against the other's actual heart by a lifetime of reasonable conclusions. It was visible that spring to everyone but them. Coates, who came monthly now instead of weekly, watched the pair of them pass plates and tools back and forth without looking. He drove home, shaking his head at the whole species. Tilly, who had watched adults her entire short life the way sailors watch the sky, took her own measures. She arranged, with a 6-year-old's total lack of subtlety, that the three of them walk to the creek together after supper. The barn cat, in all likelihood, had seen it first. Even the house seemed party to it. The rooms had gone easy that spring in a way Lydia could not put in any inventory. Boots by the door in 2 sizes, then 3. The rocker by the window, unmoved these 2 years, wore Tilly's sunbonnet on its arm now, and nobody had decided that. Small goods migrated in a house where people were settling toward each other. Cups found new hooks. Chairs drifted nearer the same lamp. She had read 100 kitchens in her time. She knew perfectly well what this one said, and declined, professionally, to read it. Meanwhile, at the supper table, the two principals discussed rain. The cornfield wants a week yet, Abel would say. The garden could use the week's rain first, she would answer. And what each of them meant, hopelessly, behind the sentence, neither would have confessed on the rack. June came in soft. The evenings went long, green gold, and the three of them walked to the creek when Tilly decreed it. The child ranged ahead after frogs. Behind her, the 2 adults kept a careful 2 feet apart, talking about nothing with great attention. On one such evening, Tilly fell asleep on the way back, and Abel carried her. The small, braided head lay on his shoulder all the way home in the last light. Lydia walked beside them through the smell of the young corn. For the length of that walk, she let herself pretend nothing. She simply walked, in the middle of it, the family, the evening, the whole cloth. Anyone watching from the road would have taken them for what they were not, or for what they were. That was the trouble with that June. The truth had gotten ahead of the terms, and everyone had signed the terms. At the house door, he carefully shifted the child. Their eyes met over her sleeping head and held one moment too long, too. "I'll lay her down," was every word he said. "Yes," said the woman who had faced down committees in 8 states. "There's coffee yet after." There was coffee after, at the table, in the lamplight, in the creaking quiet. He mended a strap. She wrote up the garden in her book. The clock went around. Anyone auditing that kitchen would have found 2 married people at their accustomed evening, everything in order, nothing amiss. So the terms between them held, creaking like harness leather through the whole green run of spring. They held at the wagon, at the table, at the door of the north bedroom. Every night he said good night there, grave as a deacon, and she answered it. Afterward, both lay awake on their own sides of the wall, doing sums. His sum ran, "She married the child, and I am the roof." Hers ran, "He wanted a nurse, and I am good for use." Both sums were wrong. Both had been wrong since the winter, arguably longer. but they were the kind of wrong that holds. Each was built out of the builder's oldest grief, the way birds build out of whatever the country offers. A man who had been the county's villain for 2 years did not lightly believe himself wanted. A woman nobody had ever met at a platform did not lightly believe herself chosen. So June ripened and the corn came on. The two of them went on being scrupulously fair to each other across a kitchen table. Fairness is one of the shapes love takes when it is afraid. Sundays were the hardest, oddly. Not church itself, but the ride home, the three of them on one seat in the summer air. Between them, the child sang scraps of the morning's hymns, off-key. There was nothing in the terms about the ride home. Nothing in the terms covered the way the wagon's sway leaned her shoulder into his, mile after mile. Nothing covered the fact that neither of them ever shifted away. They rode the whole 7 miles like that, decorous as a daguerreotype, saying nothing that mattered. Only once did the fabric nearly tear. A Sunday, late in the month, she was at the garden fence in the early light when he came past with the milk pails. He stopped and stood. Then he said, with no preamble, in the voice he used for true things, "This place was 2 years quiet. I'd forgot what it was for." Her heart came up into her throat, ready, entirely willing. "And the child fixed that," he finished and nodded. He went on to the lean-to with his pails. His wife stood at the fence with her heart in her throat and nowhere to put it. The child, she agreed to the beans, furiously. Of course, the child. Inside the house, the clock struck 7 and the terms held. Chapter 15. The fireflies came up out of the creek bottom in the last week of June, and Tilly declared war. It was a gentle war, waged with a jam jar, and the enemy nearly always escaped. On mild evenings, the three of them took the porch after supper, the adults on the 2 chairs. The child ranged the dooryard in the blue dusk, hunting lights. Her voice drifted back up to the house in bulletins. She had nearly had one. Deacon, the cat, was frightening them off on purpose. The whole campaign would have to move to the garden fence. On such an evening, in the creak of chairs and the smell of cut hay, Abel asked his question. He had been sitting a while in his usual quiet, pipe unlit, watching the small figure dart and stoop against the darkening grass. Lydia knew his silences by then, the way a riverman knows water. This one had something under it. She waited, shelling the last of the early peas by feel. He would come to it in his own time, which was the only road he ever traveled. "I've sat on a question all winter," he said at last. "You may send it back where it came from if you like. Ask it. 11 years. He kept his eyes on the child. 11 years. 400 children, a position no other woman in that outfit ever held. And you put a match to the whole of it in one evening for a girl you'd known one season." He turned his head then and looked at her through the dusk. "I've watched you all winter, and it doesn't reckon. Careful woman like you. That wasn't a first offense, Lydia. That was a debt being paid. I'd know whose, if you'll tell me." The peas lay still in the bowl. She had carried it 11 years, and in all that time the account had never once crossed her lips entire. Coates had gotten the Harmon winter out of her, plainly told, that first night in his kitchen. The society had its file, but the account underneath, the boy himself, the whisper, the signature, the page, no living soul had ever heard it from her. Not her sisters, to whom she wrote of towns, not her father, who had died believing his daughter's ledgers clean. It had seemed to her a debt that talking would only counterfeit. You did not confess it. You paid on it, placement by placement, year by year, forever. And yet, a porch in June in Kansas, a child hunting lights in the yard, alive because the debt had been paid once at last in full. Beside her, filling the other chair like a hill fills a horizon, sat the one man who had never once asked her for anything, asking for this. Somewhere in the yard, the jam jar flashed and went dark. The first stars were coming up over the corn, and the day's heat rose off the boards of the porch, sweet with hay. If a woman were ever going to set a burden down, she thought, distantly, it would be in such a place, on such an evening. She had simply never expected to be permitted the place, or the evening. "His name was Micah," said Lydia Marsh, and the account came open. She told it all, in order, in a low voice, while the dusk went down to dark. The end-of-line town too new for trees. A boy on a bench, 9 years old, small for it, who had smiled more because she told him to. A flint-eyed farmer whose papers were perfect, whose look her whole body had voted against. Then the supervisor's wire. Doubts are not grounds. The night she had reasoned herself honestly, like an honest woman, straight into the wrong. And the morning, the wagon, the wheat closing over it, the small hand waving. He asked me if the man was nice, she said. He said, "You never been wrong yet." I told him quiet was not the same as unkind. I had a whisper in me the size of a church bell, and I climbed over it. The book was clear. The book was wiser than I was. Her hands had stopped pretending to work. A year, Abel. He was with that man a year, while I rode my circuits being right about strangers. She told him about the follow-up call, the field, the fork, the flinch, the arm rolled up in the barn doorway, and what was written on it in the only alphabet that never lies. She told him the removal, the charges filed 4 times over. The county would not trouble a landowner. The society thanked her for her diligence, then shelved it. He never blamed me. That was the sentence. He asked me why nobody came sooner. Lawyers and committees on 2 coasts have asked me harder questions. Never one I could not answer, until that one. And she told him the end of it, because a debt confessed by halves is not confessed. The kind family 2 counties over, the flinching that kindness came too late to mend, the bread hoarded under the mattress. Then the letter. The ledger came down off its shelf in New York while she stood in the aisle. A clerk's fair copperplate closed a boy like a bill of sale. "Page 407, she said. "Run off, whereabouts unknown. File closed. 10 words. I have carried the number the way other women carry a name. I made my vow on my knees that week, never again to sign past the warning in my own gut. I kept it 8 years, and it cost what it was always going to cost. And I will tell you the truth of last October." She drew a breath. "When I took Tilly out of that cold room, I was not brave. People have used that word at me all winter. It was the easiest thing I ever did in my life. I had been waiting 8 years for the chance to fail differently." The dark had come down entire. Out in the yard, the jam jar glimmered. The small general marshaled her campaign along the fence, a voice, a whiteness of nightgown, entirely unaware of being anyone's reason. The telling took the better part of an hour. Twice Tilly's campaign brought her near the porch, and twice the account waited, suspended. The child displayed an empty jar, was commiserated with, and went back to the dark. It gave the confession a strange, homely rhythm, grief keeping company with fireflies. Later, Lydia would decide that was fitting. The whole story had always been about children in the dark, and whether anyone came out to them. Abel had not spoken one word through the whole of it. He had not shifted, or filled his pipe, or made any of the small sounds people make to prove they are listening. He had simply received it, all of it, the way his fields received rain. When she finished, he was quiet so long that the crickets closed over the silence. "I'll tell you what I heard," he said at last. "You'll correct me where I'm wrong." "All right." A system took a boy nobody wanted and handed him to the first pair of clean papers. Its wheels don't turn on whispers, and can't. That's the system's shame. It is real, and it isn't yours. You were the one soul in the whole apparatus who felt the wrong of it while it was happening. One woman, 3 years in, against the book, the supervisor, the schedule, the asylum, and the whole weight of the way things are done. He said it slowly, laying it out like planks. "You lost. Losing that fight is not the same as causing it, Lydia. Then you went back. You're the only one who went back. You took him out of it. You filed it 4 times. You put it on paper against your own outfit. And when the country lost him anyhow, you spent every year after paying on a debt that was never yours alone. 400 children got a woman at their platform who trusted her gut over any paper in America. That's his. Some of that. That's what the boy bought." He turned his head, and in the dark she could just make the shape of him looking at her. "And so is the one in the yard. You have been calling it a debt 11 years. I'd call some of it interest paid out. There's a difference between owing and honoring. You crossed it a long way back, and nobody ever told you." Lydia sat entirely still in the dark. She had built, over 11 years, a courtroom in herself, and it was excellent, as her constructions tended to be. Prosecutor, evidence, verdict, the file never closed. Every kindness since had gone in as exhibits. What she had never once permitted the proceedings was a counsel for the defense. Now one had risen, unbidden, in a porch chair in Kansas. He had made the whole argument in a low voice and sat down again. Something in her that had been clenched so long she had mistaken it for a bone let go. It went without drama, the way a frozen rope gives, all at once, quietly. She did not weep, quite. She sat with her hands in the bowl of peas and let 11 years change shape inside her chest. A stone she carried became a thing that had happened. Terrible, finished, paid on faithfully ever since. The night smelled of hay, the crickets went on, nothing outward marked the hour at all. That was very like this house, she thought dimly, where everything of consequence happened in the quiet, at the pace of groundwater. "You are the first soul I ever told," she said when she could. "I know it," said Abel. "How?" "The way it came out of you, whole, like a stone out of a field." He rose and gathered the pea bowl from her lap, domestic as any deacon. For a moment, he paused in the dark beside her chair. "The inspector's been through every house in 8 states," he said. "About time somebody walked her own foundations. They hold, Lydia. I've been under them all winter. They hold." He went in with the peas. Through the window came the lamp glow and the sounds of a man setting a kitchen to rights, plainly, as though he had not just set 11 years of a woman's interior architecture to rights on his way past. Out at the fence, the jam jar came up the yard, glowing like a small green lantern. It was borne in both hands by a barefoot child wild with triumph. "2," Tilly reported, holding the summer up to her. "2 at once, and Deacon never spoiled it." "Bring them here," said Lydia, whose voice was not entirely steady, "and let me see." She admired the lights a long time, the child leaning warm against her knee. Then the 2 of them let the fireflies go, that being the whole ceremony of the war. "Catch, look, open your hands." They went in together to the lamp. Chapter 16. By midsummer, the talk of the county had changed its subject and did not know what to do with itself. The story everyone owned by heart had gone stale. In the old story, a scheming society woman stole a dying child from respectable people. Then she went to ground with the man who let his wife die. It was a good story, as such stories go. Villains stood in convenient places. It had lasted comfortably through Christmas. Trouble was, the evidence insisted on riding to church. Every other Sunday through that summer, weather allowing, the Hartley wagon came down Main Street with the 3 of them aboard. And between the tall, silent man and the straight-backed woman sat the exhibit itself. The gray scrap carried through town in December. The one-hole kitchens had agreed was as good as buried, sat up rosy and quick. Clean calico, ribbons woven into fair braids, waving at horses she knew. Nothing argues with a county like a thriving child. Sermons can be doubted, doctors disputed. There is no answering a 6-year-old with color in her cheeks who has lately learned to laugh out loud. The town looked at Tilly Hartley across the pews, Sunday upon Sunday, and did its sums over. Unwillingly, the way people do when the ground moves under a story they were fond of. The revising was awkward to watch, and Lydia watched all of it. It began with the women. A farm wife who had whispered with the loudest that first Sunday stopped their wagon in July. She stood twisting her basket handle and delivered a speech. The child had filled out wonderful, just wonderful. Here was a jar of her gooseberry preserve, the girl being partial to sweets, no doubt. Others followed by 1s and 2s. They praised the child to Lydia the way people lay kindling, carefully, hoping warmth might catch over old ashes. Some managed, with faces that cost them something, to say a good morning to Abel straight and to use his name. That same month, the minister preached on the mote and the beam. Then, in case any sleeper had missed it on bearing false witness, he preached it to the middle distance, naming no one. The congregation studied its hymnals. Half of Cedar Bluff squirmed in its own pews that morning. The Harmon's pew, Lydia noticed, stood empty as it had since June. The mercantile began holding the good thread for her. The blacksmith shoeing their team in July refused payment for a cracked shoe he called a courtesy, and grew red about the ears doing it. Small coin, all of it, offered sideways, the way a proud town pays its debts. Lydia banked every piece with a fair face and kept her own counsel about the interest owing. She found she took no pleasure in the squirming. That was a discovery. There had been a version of her in the winter that had wanted the town brought to account, name by name. Watching it actually happen, awkward basket twisting sideways, she found she mostly wanted it over with. Her one reason walked beside her every Sunday with his hat brim level. Tilly received the county's attentions with the wariness of a child who had been public property before. Praise from strange women was inspected first, like a coin bitten. But the gooseberry preserve was another matter, and by August she had decided provisionally that Cedar Bluffs could stay. She said so from the wagon seat, in the manner of a magistrate granting a stay. Her parents kept their faces straight the 7 miles home. Abel bore the county's repentance exactly as he had borne its verdict, silently. But there was one sight that summer she knew she would keep, the way she kept certain pages. A Saturday in town, the street busy, and Abel crossing it from the mercantile with Tilly riding his shoulders. Her hands were buried in his hair, the pair entirely occupied with some private nonsense about the hotel's weather vane. He walked the whole gauntlet of Main Street that way. Head up, stride even. A man was carrying his daughter through the middle of the town that had called him wife killer for 2 years. Never once did he glance aside to see who watched. Everyone watched. That was the point, though he would never have said so, and likely never thought it. Lydia, from the wagon, understood what the sight was doing, quietly, at the pace of groundwater. Stories die hard in a county, but a lie about a cold man cannot survive unlimited public exposure to the original, aloft and laughing, forever asking its opinion of weather vanes. Every step of that street was costing the old story blood. Marion's aunt passed them on the boardwalk that same Saturday, stiff in her summer black. She did not speak, but she looked long at the child on the man's shoulders. Something in the old face worked, could not finish its arithmetic, and looked away. Even grief's masonry, Lydia thought, watching her go. Even that, given enough Sundays. So the summer ripened, and the county turned over its verdict. In the joy of all that thriving, the Hartleys of the North Road made one mistake. It was the mistake happy households always make, having no talent for the other kind of arithmetic. They forgot that word travels everywhere, not just along Main Street, through the pews, down the pleasant roads where women sat kindling. Everywhere. Word does not choose its kitchens. 12 miles southeast, at the end of a lane scrubbed bare of weeds, the Harmon farm sat in its perfect fences. Word arrived there, too, that summer, by all its usual carriers. A hired man, back from town with the seed order and the gossip. A cousin after church. A neighbor woman at the fence line, retelling the minister's sermon with relish, watching Nella's face while she did it. The news landed in that spotless kitchen as it landed everywhere. The girl is thriving. There it underwent a change of state, the way water changes in a cold room. Everywhere else in the county, the sentence meant gladness, shame, or wonder. At the Harmon table, it arrived as data, the sickly bargain, written off at a dead loss whose dying was to have been the family's public vindication, had failed to die. Worse, the entry had reversed itself entire. Strong, they said now. Rosy. Quick. Helping with the hens, minding a garden growing like June. 8 years old come winter, 9 behind that. Every particular that traveled up the lane was another figure in a column. The column, which had once summed to a bad investment, had begun, impossibly, to sum to a good one. It was accruing in another family's yard. Eber heard it all and said little, which was his way with appreciating assets. It was Nella who went, one evening in August, to the parlor desk where the Bible sat on its stand. She opened the shallow drawer beneath. The paper lay where it had lain since October, folded in 3, creased sharp. Placement of a female child, aged 6 years. She unfolded it under the lamp and read it through, entire, for the first time since the signing. Hers was not the reading of a sentimental woman. The society's printed terms marched down the page. Undertakings, duties, clauses. But what Nella Harmon read in the lamplight in her tidy parlor was simpler than any of that. 2 names at the bottom, hers and Eber's. A third, the agent's, in a small, even hand. Signatures, witnessed, dated. A contract, executed, never rescinded by any court or committee on earth. The woman was dismissed, she said to Eber, who had come to the parlor door. Dismissed the same week. Whatever she did after, she did as nobody. You cannot void a signed instrument by stealing what it covers. She folded the paper back along its creases, exact as hemming. The girl was signed to us. In law, she is ours this minute, wherever she happens to be getting fed. Eber came in and took the paper, turning it over in his broad hands. For a while, the clock did the only talking. He was a slower reckoner than his wife, but he arrived at the same country by his own roads. He was thinking, in his way, of several ledgers at once. A girl coming 8, 9, 10, the years when a girl began to earn her keep in a farm kitchen, and earn it well. The wages a hired girl would cost instead, year on year. And another column, older, that he would not have named aloud even to Nella. The feed store, the sewing circle, the empty pew. A whole county had watched the Harmons be shamed by a byword woman. Now it watched that woman's stolen girl bloom like a reproach 12 miles up the road. The parlor clock ticked on through his figuring, and Nella waited. She had learned her husband's arithmetic in 26 years of marriage. It wanted no hurrying. It came out where it came out, and where it came out this evening was where she had already been standing for some weeks. Folk would talk, he said at last, testing it. Folk talk now. Nella took the paper back and returned it to its drawer beneath the Bible, where the family kept its instruments of weight. There is a difference between talk and law, Mr. Harmon. Talk burned us all winter, and we bore it, having nothing in hand. But no dismissed woman's theft has ever yet voided a contract. What is signed is signed. She shut the drawer with a small, conclusive sound, wood on wax. We shall want advice on the manner of it, done properly through the county. After harvest, said Eber, whose seasons ordered everything. After harvest, Nella agreed. And that was the whole of the scene in that parlor that August evening. No oath was sworn, no fist came down. Two respectable people, church-going, tight-mouthed, discussed a matter of property in measured voices under a lamp. They agreed on the season for it and went to their supper. Harvest stood 6 weeks off, gold already climbing the wheat. A county's whole year bent toward it, sermons, prices, weddings, lawsuits, everything waiting on the grain. It was the season when nothing was begun in Kansas, and everything was decided. 12 miles northwest, the household in question sat late on its porch in the warm dark, unknowing. The corn stood high and whispering clear to the creek. Tilly, permitted an extra half hour for the sweetness of the evening, leaned in the crook of Abel's arm, naming stars wrong with great confidence. Lydia sat close on the other side, correcting nobody. The paper lay quiet in its drawer under the Bible, folded in 3. Word travels everywhere. It had carried the girls blooming out to every kitchen in the county. In the one kitchen where blooming was bookkeeping, and the books had been reopened. The wheels that would carry the Harmons back up the North Road come fall had already begun to turn. Such wheels always do, quietly, in their season. Chapter 17. The Harmons came on a Sunday afternoon at the polite hour, dressed for church. Harvest was in by then. The wheat stood in stacks, the money stood in the bank, and the whole county had drawn its first easy breath of fall. Sunday dinner was cleared at the Hartley place. Abel sat on the porch step mending a halter. Tilly was down at the garden fence, holding court over the last of the squash vines. Lydia saw the buggy first, a black shape turning off the North Road, washed to a shine. She knew it at half a mile, the way you know a hawk from a crow. Abel, she said from the doorway. Nothing more. He looked up, followed her gaze, and set the halter down. The buggy came up the lane at a dignified pace and stopped in the yard. Eber Harmon wore his good coat. Nella wore gray poplin gloves and her church bonnet. They might have been calling on the minister. Eber climbed down, then handed his wife down. His hat came off to Lydia with perfect correctness. The last words between them might never have been shouted off a porch in the dark. "Mrs. Hartley," he said. "Mr. Hartley, a fine afternoon." Nobody offered coffee. On the whole visit, that was the only discourtesy the Hartleys permitted themselves, and the Harmons never gave occasion for another. That, Lydia thought afterward, was the worst of the hour. It was conducted on all sides with the manners of a church supper. A year had put no mark on them. Lydia took that in first, standing on her own porch with her heart gone loud. The county's shame had rolled off that scrubbed respectability like rain off new paint. They looked exactly as they had looked in a hotel parlor 11 months ago, solvent, correct, patient, people who could wait. people who had waited. "You'll know why we've come," Eber said. "Say it anyway," said Abel. Eber reached into his coat and brought out papers. 2 documents, and Lydia knew them both across the width of the yard. The first wore the folds she herself had made in a hotel parlor 11 months ago. Its companion was new, legal paper, close written. "The placement," Eber said, mild as milk. "Signed by your wife's own hand, Hartley, along with ours. We have taken advice on it. That second paper is the opinion of the county attorney's office, got proper and paid for." He did not open either one. Men like Eber Harmon did not read aloud in yards. The having was the argument. The girl was placed with us lawful. Her removal was no removal at all, being done by a dismissed woman with no authority in the world. Theft is the plain word, though I'll not press it on a Sunday. The placement stands, they tell us, our property in law from the day of the signing. Out of him, the word came smooth as an egg and sat in the yard. Our ward, I should say. He corrected it without hurry, without embarrassment, a man smoothing a wrinkle from a coat sleeve. But it was out. One word, in the mild fall light, and it told the whole story better than a courtroom of testimony. Property. Lydia saw Nella's gloved hands settle slightly, one over the other. The correction had been rehearsed. The slip had not. "We want her back," Eber went on, pleasant as ever. "She's strong now, we hear. Well grown. You have our thanks for the doctoring, truly. It will have saved us the expense of it." He said that last without any apparent sense of what it confessed. "You are keeping what is ours, neighbors, and the law is entirely with us. We'd sooner settle it decent between households than drag it through the county, but settle it we will." Beside her, Lydia felt Abel go still. It was not the stillness the town mistook for coldness. She knew his stillnesses now, a winter's worth, a spring's, a summer's. This one was new. It was the stillness of a big animal, the instant before weight moves. His eyes had gone flat and pale, fixed on Eber Harmon. His hands had stopped being a farmer's hands. For one long breath, the afternoon stood on a hinge. Then Lydia set her hand on his forearm, lightly, the first time she had ever done it. The arm under her fingers felt like a beam of the house. "The county attorney's opinion," she said, into the quiet, in the level voice of 11 years of committees. "I will read it, if you please." Eber handed it across agreeably. Of course, agreeably. Everything asked for would be given. Papers, patience, and courtesy. People who hold the winning hand deal generously. She read it standing in the yard twice, while the buggy horse shifted and the hens spoke softly behind the house. The dread came up in her slowly, professionally. It was the dread of a doctor reading a chart, finding the numbers say what he hoped they would not. The opinion was competent. Worse, it was correct. She could have written it herself, had once written its like. The placement contract was valid on its face, duly signed, never rescinded. Removal authority rested with the society and its agents. Her authority had terminated with her dismissal, wired and documented, before she reached the Harmon Gate that November morning. What followed was, in law, the act of a private person. A private person cannot void a contract by carrying off its subject. The contract stood, the signature stood. Hers stood, third on the page, small and even, the most legible of the three. Every clause the Harmons leaned on she had taught to new agents from a lectern. Their reading was right. That was the whole of it. She had spent a winter fearing whispers, a summer fearing nothing. All along, the true enemy had been folded in a Bible drawer, wearing her own handwriting. She folded the opinion and handed it back. Her face gave the Harmons nothing at all. "Tilly," Nella called, pleasantly, past her. "Come here, child, and let us look at you." Lydia had not heard her come up from the garden. The girl stood at the corner of the house with squashed dirt on her hands, called and told nothing, needing nothing told. Orphan children read rooms the way farmers read sky. It was the first skill of that life, and the last lost. Lydia watched her read this one. The buggy, the papers, that bonnet, a particular pleasantness. Watched the color go down in the small face like a lamp turned low. The older, grayer child, the one from the cold room, looked out through the summer's tan. Tilly did not cry or speak or run. She walked, wordless, straight to Abel and backed into him. There she stood, her spine against his knee, facing them all. Abel's hand came down and closed over her shoulder, entire. That was all. A man's hand, a child's shoulder in a farmyard in the fall light. No court would enter it in evidence. But it was a declaration with the whole weight of a year in it, and everyone in the yard understood it perfectly. Here, she belongs here. The hand said it the way boundary stones say things, without argument, past appeal. Nella Harmon looked at the child she had come to collect, at the dirt on her hands, the color in her face, the spine against the man's knee. Something moved in her eyes, quick and measuring, not longing. Appraisal, well grown, the look said, filing it, strong. It was the weanling look from the hotel parlor, come back at last for the fall reckoning. Seeing it, Lydia could have laughed at her own winter self, who had reasoned it away in the lamplight as a scar aching. She favors the country air, was what Nella said. She stays, said Abel. 2 words, the first he had spent since say it anyway, and the yard went taut. Now, neighbor, Eber began. Tolerantly. Mr. Harmon, Lydia heard the pleasant patience of a man who has law behind him, and she moved before the hinge could swing. Mr. Harmon. The committee voice again, procedure held up like a lamp. You came to settle it decent, you said. Then we settle it where such things are settled. Nothing is decided on porches, not placements, not removals. You hold a contract. We hold the child. That is a matter for the county judge, sitting properly, with both sides heard on the record. Bring your paper before the bench, and we will answer it there. She said it as though it were a wall. She knew, better than anyone standing in that yard, that it was a door, and that she was inviting them through it. Procedure was the only ground she had. It bought weeks, a record, a room where more than paper could be heard. And it was also, said the cold professional stem of her, the likeliest road to losing the girl lawfully rather than this afternoon. She shut that voice away to be dealt with after. The Harmons looked at each other and did not need long. The judge, then. Eber put on his hat, entirely satisfied. A man offered the very venue he wanted. We'd have come to it anyhow. The law reads one way here, ma'am, and you know it, none better. We'll get the date set. He handed his wife up into the buggy, settled beside her, and gathered the lines. From that height, he looked down at the 3 of them by the porch. The man, the woman, the child held between them. What was in his face was not triumph exactly. It was arithmetic, concluding. Good pasture you've made of her, he said. She'll do the work of a hired girl inside 2 years. The buggy turned in the yard and went away down the lane, black, shining at its dignified pace. The 3 of them stood watching until it gained the north road, grew small, and was gone into the general gold of the afternoon. Quiet settled over the yard after them. A hen came around the corner of the house, considered the 3 motionless people, and went about her business. Somewhere off in the stubble, a meadowlark said the one bright thing it knew. The afternoon stood as mild, as golden, as it had an hour ago. It would never look the same to any of them again. Tilly spoke first from inside Abel's hand, in a voice that had gone back a year in an hour. Am I going back? No, said Abel. That's what folks say, the child said, and then the wagon comes. Neither adult answered her. The true answer stood in a Bible drawer 12 miles southeast, signed 3 times, and the child had always been able to read rooms. Lydia knelt instead, took the small dirt-streaked hands in both of hers, and made the only promise the law had left her. Then they will have to come through the 2 of us, she said, and we do not move cheap. Chapter 18. The lawyer in the county seat charged $5 for the truth and gave honest weight. He was a dry, exact man with an office above the bank. He read the placement contract twice, then the county attorney's opinion, then the contract again. Abel stood at the window through it. Lydia sat with her gloved hands folded, watching the lawyer's face the way she had once watched applicants, and finding nothing in it she wanted. I'll not sell you comfort, the man said at last. The instrument is valid on its face, signed, witnessed, never rescinded by any authority competent to rescind it. The removal was in law lawless. I understand the circumstances, madam. The whole county understands the circumstances. But a judge sits on instruments, not circumstances. Courts do not lightly unmake signed paper for sentiment's sake. They unmake it for cause shown on the record, or not at all. He squared the documents and pushed them back across the desk. You want my $5 worth entire? The Harmons come to that hearing, holding the strongest thing a man can carry into a Kansas courtroom, a contract nobody has voided. You come holding a story. Stories run second. They drove the 7 miles home with the news between them on the wagon seat like a third passenger. The house, when they reached it, seemed to know already. The dread moved in that week and boarded. It was quiet dread, being that household's kind. The work went on. Stock was fed, school lessons heard, suppers cooked and eaten. But the house had gone taut under it, everyone breathing shallow, and Tilly had stopped sleeping sound. Twice, Lydia woke to find her standing at the window in the dark, watching the north road for wagons. The child's grammar of the world was simple, learned early, confirmed often. Good things were provisional. Papers always won. She did not say so. She watched the road. Lydia knew the shape of what was coming better than either of them. She had sat across desks from 100 families in trouble and had watched what dread does to households. It finds the weak seam. In every marriage, there is a sentence that must never be said. Dread always knows the words and waits for a tired hour. On the fourth evening, the marriage nearly cracked. It came over the account books of all things. At the kitchen table, past 10, they had been reckoning what a fight in court would cost against what the bank held. The sums were ugly. Under the sums lay the lawyer's sentence. Stories run second. Under that lay the fear neither had said aloud. Abel had been silent an hour. Not his settled silence, the other kind, the winter kind, pressure building against a wall. Explain a thing to me. His voice, when it came, was low, level, and wrong. You saw the woman look at that child like stock at a fair. You said as much afterward. You had your rule book full of clauses. School, church, kind usage, doctoring when the cough turned. You had 8 years of that vow of yours. He was not looking at her. He was looking at the ledger, and his hand lay flat on it, too still. You had all that, and you signed. You, of all women on this earth, 400 placements worth of judgment, and you handed that girl to those people with a fortnight's asking around. Now I sit doing arithmetic on whether I can afford to keep my own daughter. The clock ticked. The words stood in the kitchen. That paper the county attorney blessed, Abel said, has 3 names on it, Lydia, theirs and yours. You wrote the terms they'll beat us with, your own hand. Explain that to me, because before God I have tried all week, and I cannot reckon it. Every word landed square on the oldest wound she owned. The one under the scar, page 47, the whisper climbed over, the child paying the difference between promise and performance. There were answers, even good ones. The evidence had been fair. Her vow had been kept as written. He himself had heard the whole of Micah on the porch in June and called it the system's shame. She could have said any of it. She said none of it. Because it was her own verdict, too, word for word, and had been since a November morning in a cold north room. A woman cannot plead against a sentence she herself handed down. You cannot reckon it, she said, because it does not reckon. You have it right, Abel. I signed her to them. Everything since has been the mending of my own work. Her voice stayed level, which was the last discipline left her. I'll not sit here costing you the mend. She rose from the table, went into the north bedroom, and packed the valise. There was little enough to pack. That was its own bitter arithmetic. 11 years and the sum still fit in one bag, the gray dress, the writing case, her father's Bible. She packed with the old efficiency of 100 boarding houses, a woman resuming her native country, the country of leavings. The reasoning ran smooth and cold, downhill on old rails. The court would weigh the household. In it, the court would find a dismissed agent, a byword woman, the very signer of the fatal paper. Take her out of it, and the Harmons faced a respectable widower with his doctor beside him, clean hands entire. The mistakes endangering the child would remove themselves at first light. It was, said the cold stem, the last professional service she could render. Under the reasoning, quieter, the older voice, the one from the platforms. You knew better than to believe you would keep any of it. The door of the bedroom stood open. She did not hear him cross the house, big as he was. When she turned with the valise in her hand, Abel filled the doorway. His face was a country she had never seen, all its weather broken loose at once. Set it down. Abel, think it through the way you think. Before the bench, I am a liability in a gray dress. Without me, you and Coates stand clean before it. this good farm behind you. I have inspected 1,000 households. I am telling you how this one reads. Set it down, Lydia. He came into the little room, which had never been small before he stood in it, and he did not touch her or the bag. He stood with his hands open at his sides, a man laying down arms. Then he said his piece the way he said true things, plainly, at cost. What I said at that table was fear talking, and fear is a liar with a good memory. It went straight for the one thing that would cut you deepest, and I let it use my mouth. I am ashamed of that. I will be ashamed of it a good while. He drew a breath. Now hear the truth, because you have the count wrong, and you have carried it wrong so long you call the wrong weight honest. The signing was one day of your life, one. Everything after is the rest of it. Who came back on the follow-up when no other agent in that society would have troubled? Who took her out of that room with winter coming on and no roof of her own to put her under? Who burned 11 years to do it? Who sat the fevers, fed her every 2 hours through a Kansas January? His voice did not rise. It deepened like water. The Harmons hold one day of you, Lydia. I hold the year. The year outweighs the day. Any judge worth his bench will see a mother because that is what has been standing in this house since December, whatever the terms say. The valise was still in her hand. He looked at it, then at her, and finished it. And understand this last thing, because I'll say it once. I will not fight this fight without my wife. Not cannot, will not. Atrocity rate. If you walk out that door to make me respectable, you take the best of my case down the road with you. The heart of that child goes too, and mine with it. We close ranks, or we are already beaten. It was the most words she had ever heard him spend at one time in a year of his roof. He stood in the little room breathing like a man who had carried something up a hill, and he did not look away from her. The lamplight shook once in the draught, or her eyes did. The house was silent. In the main room, the fire shifted, and from the doorway behind him, small and fierce in a nightgown, a third voice entered the record. You said they'd have to come through the two of you, Tilly said. Two. She had been listening, of course. Roads and rooms had been her whole education. Crossing to Lydia, she took hold of the valise with both hands and did not pull, just held on, looking up. Lydia Marsh looked at the two of them. The man in the doorway with his hands open, the child gripping the other side of 11 years. Something turned over in her then at last, all the way. Not the longing, which she knew now, nor the shame which she had worn all year. Something older writing itself, the platform arithmetic, the sum that said nobody stays for you, no one ever has. The evidence of her life entire had been amended, here, in a small bedroom, past 10 on a fearful night. 2 people were standing in the way of her leaving. She set the valise down. Then we close ranks, she said. Something set between the 3 of them in that doorway, in that instant, and it set hard, the way his fence post set, the way her braids held. Not comfort. Nothing was mended about the odds. The paper still lay in its drawer. The lawyer's sentence still ran. It was alliance. It was a family, discovering itself in the worst hour it had yet been handed, closing like a hand. Abel stooped and carried Tilly back to bed. This time she slept. Then the 2 of them sat down at the kitchen table where the fear had spoken. They turned up the lamp and pulled the ugly sums back toward them. They hold the paper, Lydia said. Very well, I wrote that paper. I know what else is printed on it besides our names. She took up her pen, and the old even hand came out of her, steady on the page, the gamekeeper's hand. Now, she said, let us build the case for keeping our daughter. Chapter 19. The case was built at the kitchen table by lamplight over 11 nights. Lydia built it the way she had once built the society's arguments. Methodically, clause upon clause in the even hand that had signed 400 placements. Only now the hand worked the other way. 11 years she had been the gamekeeper of that system, patrolling its fences, defending its paper. Now she turned the gamekeeper's whole knowledge to the poacher's purpose. She knew every gap in the fence, having mended most of them herself. The heart of it was a simple turn, and she found it the second night, sitting up alone after the house slept. Their strength was the contract. Very well, a contract is not one clause, it is all its clauses. She had written more of those clauses onto more pages than any attorney in Kansas. The placement paper the Harmons waved was the Society's standard instrument, and the Society's instrument did not merely convey a child, it bound the takers. Food, clothing, schooling, church, medical attendance when required, kind usage throughout. The undertakings were printed on the same sheet as the signatures, above the very names the Harmons were leaning on. They could not hold up the page without holding up its terms. "They want to stand on the paper," she said to Abel, turning the draft toward him. "Then we will read them the whole of it, every clause they signed and every clause they broke. Breach proven on the record. A contract comprehensively breached is not a shield, it is a confession with signatures on it." Abel read it through slowly twice. "Will it carry?" "Alone, perhaps not. Paper against paper, and theirs came first." She squared the pages. "So we do not bring paper alone, we bring the county." Abel worked the other half of those nights beside her, in his own fashion. He could not draft clauses. What he could do was answer, so she questioned him for the record as she would question any respondent. The farm's worth, the bank's figures, the school arrangements made for winter, the pew paid. His answers went down the page, plain, solvent, unanswerable. A household, proving out. Somewhere in the third night of it, he observed dryly that he had finally been inspected by the Society after all. It was the only laugh either of them got from that fortnight, and they took it. Dr. Coates came the next evening and stayed past 10. He arrived with his scuffed bag and from its bottom, the one article she had hoped for without daring to ask after. His visit ledger. 30 years of it, the whole county's births, deaths, and fevers in a blunt hand. Among them, dated and initialed, stood every call he had ever paid on the matter of one small girl. "There's the October entry," he said, laying it flat. "Examined at the hotel before placement, at the agent's request. Underweight, winter cough, sound lungs. My own hand, my own date. And there," a thick finger moved down the page, "is the last week of November. Carried into my kitchen at night. Pneumonia, left side, starvation weight. I wrote the pounds, madam, look. A child does not lose flesh in a prosperous house by accident. That is arithmetic, and I can say where every missing pound went, which is nowhere, which is the point." He would testify. He said it without being asked, buckling the bag. "I have told the truth of that family's economy in every kitchen in this county since Christmas. I am not likely to go shy in the one room where it is wanted under oath, besides." The kind-eyed, merciless look. "I signed the certificate on the last reputation this county buried wrongly. I take an interest in seeing it not become a habit." The third front was the one that cost Lydia most, and she opened it alone. She wrote to the Society. Not to any friend there, having none left, but formally to the office, in the language of the office. She did not beg reinstatement. November, she did not defend. She requested, as was any party's right in a placement dispute, certified copies under seal, the placement record entire, the printed standards of care, the same lectern text she had taught from. Also, the October medical note, then her own follow-up report, wired from the Cedar Bluffs depot, the last document of her service. The writing of it took her one evening and most of her pride. The Society had spent her like a coin and dropped her. Asking it now for its records, correctly, humbly, through channels, was a taste she did not care for. She posted it anyway. Pride, Coates had told her once, is a fine coat that does not warm a second body. 18 days later, the reply came back. She read it standing at the road twice. It was cool, official. In a clerk's phrasing, it regretted that the Society could take no position in a local guardianship matter. And beneath the letter, folded crisp, certified under the Society's seal, was everything. The record, the standards, the medical note, her own last report stamped received, complete to the page. Somebody in that office, some clerk she would never name or thank, had read her request and filled it entire. The Society's own printed conscience came west under seal to be used against the Society's own placement. No position, said the letter. Every enclosure said otherwise. She stood at the road a long moment, holding the institution's strange, buried decency. She forgave it a little, not all, and carried the packet in. Meanwhile, without being organized by anyone, the county began to arrive. It came the way counties come, sideways, by chore. A neighbor from the East Quarter turned up with his boy and mended the roadside stretch of fence, unasked. When thanked, he allowed that a man liked his fences square before winter. Pies appeared. Not one pie, a procession of them, left on the porch boards with cloths over them, some anonymous, some not. The blacksmith sent word by the mail carrier that the team's shoeing come hearing day would want doing early and would cost nothing that week. At the mercantile, men Lydia barely knew found reasons to be near the counter when she settled the account. Gruffly, to the shelving mostly, they said that folks knew which way was up, and good luck to you, missus. There was a pie among them with no note, in a dish Lydia recognized. She had seen it at the sewing circle, in the hands of a woman who had whispered with the worst a year ago. She returned the dish, washed by the mail carrier, with no note either. Some treaties are concluded entirely in crockery. Cedar Bluffs was sorting itself. She could feel it happening all that fall, the whole slow, invisible machinery of a county choosing its seat for a trial. The Harmons had their people too. Kin, creditors, the cautious, the aunt in her black. But something had shifted since summer, pew by pew. The town had watched a man carry his daughter down Main Street with his head up. It had eaten a year of its own words about him. Now it was quietly deciding, kitchen by kitchen, which side of the courtroom it could bear to be seen sitting on. You built that, Lydia told Abel at the window, the evening the fence got mended. 2 years of never answering them back. It banked. Pies bank, said Abel. Judges read paper. Judges, she said, sit in rooms full of their neighbors and are men. The hearing was set for the second Thursday of November at the county seat. It fell a year almost to the week since a woman had carried a child out of a cold north room. The last days went in a strange hush. The case built, the wagon greased, the good clothes brushed. Prosody percent. There was nothing left to prepare except the one thing that could not be prepared. Tilly had watched it all, the lamplight nights, the pies, the ledger on the table, with her gray eyes that missed nothing and asked nothing. She had gone quiet as the day came on, the old quiet, the cold room quiet. The road watching had come back, though she thought they did not see it. The house made its small preparations alongside the large. Lydia pressed the gray dress and brushed the church coat. The certified packet was wrapped in oilcloth against the weather, then tied, then untied, so the pages could be counted once more, then tied again. Supper that evening was Tilly's favorite, without anyone saying why. Grace ran a sentence longer than usual, also without anyone saying why. The night before the hearing, she came to Abel. He was at the stove, banking the fire. She stood before him in her nightgown, formal, the way she had stood on 100 worse thresholds. She asked it straight, because burnt children do not ask crooked. Tomorrow, when the judge reads the paper, am I going to be sent back? Lydia, in the doorway, went still. Every honest answer the law allowed was terrible. The child had been lied to at thresholds all her life and would know a lie the way she knew wagons. Abel crouched down slowly until his eyes were level with the gray ones. He did not touch her. He gave it the pause. He gave true things, the full weight, and then he gave her the only honest thing he had. No, he said, you will not be sent back. The paper says. The paper will say what it says, and your mother and I will be standing in the way of it. He said it the way he said fence lines and winters, as plain fact, past appeal. All of it, Tilly, whatever it says, however long it takes, in that courtroom and after it, we will be standing in the way. You have watched that road a year now. Nothing has come down it yet that got past the two of us. Nothing will tomorrow. For a long moment, the child studied him, reading the room, reading the man, the way she read everything. Whatever she found in his face, it satisfied the auditor behind her eyes at last. She nodded once, gravely, terms accepted. Then she put her arms around his neck. He stood up with her and carried her to bed, past Lydia in the doorway. Your mother and I, he had said. It had come out of him unconsidered, plain as seed corn. Lydia stood in the warm doorway of the house she had once judged unfit, hearing it settle into the child's ledger and into hers. In the morning, they would carry one day of her life into a courtroom against the year. She banked the lamp and went to bed. To her own surprise, she slept through the whole night. Chapter 20. The county courtroom was packed to the doors by 9, an hour before the judge came in. Half of Cedar Bluffs had made the drive, and a good sowing of the county besides. They filled the benches, then the aisles, then the window bays. Farm families in Sunday cloth, townspeople, the minister, the blacksmith, Marion's aunt in her black. The morning was cold and bright. The big room smelled of stove iron, wet wool, horses. Word had traveled all fall. Everyone understood what was to be decided, and everyone had by now chosen a seat. The Hartleys sat at the front left with their lawyer, the dry man from above the bank. Tilly was not in the room. By agreement between all parties, she had been left at Coates's house in town with the doctor's housekeeper. It was the one mercy of the day's arrangements. Lydia wore the gray dress. Abel wore the church coat. Neither had spoken much since the drive-in. There was nothing left to say that the day itself would not now say. Across the aisle, the Harmons sat with their attorney, and their serenity was a study in itself. Lydia studied it, having nothing better to do with her dread. They wore their church best, sat straight, spoke quietly to their counsel, nodded to acquaintances. People who own the law do not fidget. Eber's face held the mild patience of a man attending the reading of a will already known to favor him. Beside them, their attorney kept the placement paper in a leather folder and did not once look at the crowd. Crowds do not sign instruments. At 10, the judge came in. The room stood and sat. He was a spare, gray man of 60-odd, spectacles low. A judge of the plain Kansas kind, he had ridden circuit in worse rooms than this. He read the cause aloud without ceremony. In the matter of the minor child known as Tilly, a placed orphan, guardianship disputed. Once over his spectacles, he looked at the packed benches. This was a hearing, he remarked, not a fair, and the first outburst would empty the gallery. Then he nodded to the Harmons' attorney, and the fight began. Their case took less than an hour. It was, as the dry lawyer had promised, short and strong. The attorney was competent and wasted nothing. He put in the placement contract, certified, and read the signatures into the record, dwelling one clean beat on the third. In went the county attorney's opinion. In went the wire of dismissal, obtained from the depot's copybook, and the dates told their own tale. The placement, lawful. The removal, made days after the remover's authority had ended, by her own society's hand. He used the word abduction only once, mildly, like a man setting down a full pail, and let it stand. The law of this matter is 1 page long, he finished. A valid instrument, never rescinded. Against it, the respondents offer sentiment, and the court is respectfully reminded that sentiment signs nothing. The child was placed with my clients. In law, she never left them. We asked the court to order her returned. He sat, and for 1 long hour of that morning, Lydia watched the paper do exactly what the dry lawyer had said it would do. It sat on the bench in its certified folds, and it looked unanswerable. The room felt it. The benches had gone very quiet. Twice, the judge read the contract through, unhurried, his face giving nothing. The stove ticked. Somewhere behind her, a woman was already crying softly, on principle. Beside her, Abel sat like a wall stands. Under the table, his hand found hers, or hers his, neither could have said which. They held on in plain sight of nobody. Then the dry lawyer rose, said, "We call Dr. Coates," and the answer began. Coates took the oath in his rumpled coat and sat. His 30-year ledger went onto the rail in front of him like a beam being laid. What followed was not eloquence. It was worse for the Harmons than eloquence. It was numbers, read slowly in a blunt voice the whole room had trusted at its own bedsides. The October entry first. Examined before placement, underweight, winter cough, lungs sound. The pounds written down, then dates marching, the last week of November, the night carriage into his kitchen. Pneumonia, left side. The pounds were written down again and read aloud. The arithmetic of the difference lay before the bench. 6 weeks in a prosperous house, and the child lighter coming out than going in. "I have doctored this county 30 years, Coates said. I have seen children starved by drought, by grasshoppers, by plain poverty, and I have buried some. This is the only case in my ledger where the pantry was full the whole time." He said it without heat to the judge over his spectacles. "She did not sicken out of the placement, Your Honor. The placement is what she had. Warmth withheld, a doctor withheld 2 weeks past the turning, in a house with money at the bank. I attended what came out of that back room, and I will answer for every figure in this book." The cross-examination tried the dates, and the dates held. It tried his friendship with the respondents, which he agreed to placidly. He had been the Harmons' doctor too, he added, when sent for, which had not been often. He had the fee book to show it. When he stood down, the courtroom had heard, entered, and sworn what respectable on paper had been doing to a 6-year-old for 6 fall weeks. The paper on the bench had begun, very slightly, to change its look. "We call Lydia Hartley," said the dry lawyer. She had testified before committees and legislatures once and before hostile boards twice. Never once had she testified as the accused, the abductor, the third signature. She took the oath in the gray dress and sat, finding the room very still. Where the truth began, she began with her own hand. "I signed that placement," she said. "No one in this room knows better what it binds. For 11 years, I trained the agents of the Children's Aid Society in these instruments. I will ask the court's patience to hear what the Harmons signed. It is printed above their names, and it has not yet been read aloud." Then, clause by clause, the gamekeeper walked the court through the poaching. Her lawyer handed up the certified standards, seal showing, and she read the undertakings one at a time in the even voice of the lectern. Sufficient food, suited to the child's age and health. Against it, Coates's pounds, already sworn. A warmed and proper sleeping room. Against it, her own November report, wired to New York the last day of her service. The frost on the inside of the glass, the room, the chimney did not pass. Medical attendance when illness required. Against it, 2 weeks of a turning cough, a doctor 5 miles off, and the sworn word dear. Schooling, none. Church, none. Kind usage throughout. She paused there and did not embroider it. Instead, she read, flatly, the physician's November figures once more, letting kind usage stand beside them in the silence. "The instrument they ask this court to enforce," she finished, "is a contract. I wrote my name to it believing it protected the child, because the child is what the whole paper is for. Every clause written for her protection was broken, severally and continuously, from the first month. The Harmons do not come here holding a right. They come holding the signed, printed list of their own defaults, asking the court to reward the breach with the girl's remaining childhood." Cross-examination went at her hard, and at November harder. Had she authority when she removed the child? None, she said, plainly. Was she dismissed for it? The same week. The attorney let that ring. Prosody. Then, with the pale-setting mildness, he asked his question. Was the court to take instruction in contracts from a woman who tore them up at her own judgment? "No, sir," said Lydia. "It is to take the pounds from the doctor's ledger. Those are nobody's judgment. Those are what the child weighed." He left her alone after that, having nowhere good to go. She stood down with her knees uncertain, her voice never once so, and passed the Harmons' table without looking at it. This time, Abel's hand closed over hers in the plain sight of everybody. The noon recess came and went. The Hartleys did not go out to the wagons like the rest. They sat where they were, sharing the bread and cold beef Lydia had packed at dawn. A case is a siege, and they had wintered sieges before. Across the aisle, the Harmons ate nothing, which their attorney should perhaps have noted. Thrift keeps its habits even at war. Then, in the early afternoon, the Harmons' attorney made his mistake. He called Nella Harmon. It was not madness. The morning had bled them. He needed the room to see a wronged, respectable churchwoman, and Nella in gray poplin, hands folded, was the best exhibit he had. And she was good, at first, better than good. Composed, soft-spoken, regretful. The girl had come to them sickly beyond what was disclosed. They had fed her, warmed her, doctored her as their own mother had raised 8. The removal had shamed them before a county that had known their name 40 years. The word onion syrup was said. On the benches, some heads had begun to nod slightly. Lydia's lawyer rose for one question. He was a dry man, but he had listened all fall, and he asked it gently, the way one opens a door for a lady. "Mrs. Harmon, the child sickened in your keeping, you say, through no fault of yours, and was stolen from you dying, as you believed. That was a year ago." He paused. "Why do you want her back now?" "Because she is ours by right," Nella said, "and because now the girl is strong enough at last to earn her keep." She said it the way she said everything, exactly, thriftily, the plain truth of her house in the plain words of her house. It was entirely honest. It was the first entirely honest sentence her family had put on the record all day. Into the packed courtroom it fell the way a stone falls down a well. The silence went on, and told her. Lydia watched the knowledge arrive in Nella Harmon's face, one beat too late to take back. She had said the word aloud, the true word, the parlor word, in front of the judge, the county, and God. Earn her keep. Nobody gasped. Kansas does not gasp. The room simply went still, all of it at once, the particular stillness of 500 people doing the same sum. At the bench, the gray judge looked at the witness a long moment over his spectacles. Then he wrote, unhurried, one line, Chapter 21. The judge did not retire to chambers. He sat a while at his bench writing, while the packed room held its breath and the stove ticked. Lydia had watched 100 officials deliberate. She could read most of them, clerks, committeemen, supervisors, the way she read kitchens. This gray Kansas judge she could not read at all, and she had given up trying somewhere in the last hour. Beside her, Abel sat unmoving, his hand over hers on the table where the whole room could see it now. Across the aisle, the Harmons had recovered their composure. Nella sat straight, gloves folded. Only her attorney's stillness had changed its quality, from serenity to the stillness of a man listening for hoofbeats. The writing went on a long while. Somewhere, a bench creaked and was glared quiet by its neighbors. Lydia found herself counting the strokes of the pen as she had once counted breaths at a bedside. Counting changed nothing. It never had. Whatever was being written up there was written already, in the ledgers, in the record, in a year of a county's life. All any of them could do now was hear it read. At last, the judge set down his pen, squared his papers, and looked out over the courtroom. I'll say a word before I rule, he said, since half the county has taken the day off to hear it. This court has been asked to enforce a contract. I have heard, this last hour, a good deal of feeling in this room, and I will tell you plainly, feeling is not law. If sentiment could void instruments, no deed in Kansas would be worth its ink. Those of you who came expecting this bench to weep with you may take your disappointment home. The room went very quiet. At the Harmon table, something eased. So we will talk about the contract, the judge said, since the petitioners insist on it. He took up the placement paper. This instrument is valid. It was validly executed and never rescinded by any competent authority. On that point, the petitioners are entirely correct, and their attorney has argued it ably. He turned the page, unhurried. But an instrument is read whole. This one does not merely assign a child, as one assigns a wagon. On its face, above the signatures, it binds the takers to duties. Food sufficient and suitable, proper lodging, warmed in season, medical attendance when illness requires, schooling, church, kind usage throughout. These are not ornaments, printed to fill the sheet. They are the consideration. They are what the taking of the child was traded for. Remove them, and the paper is not a placement anymore. It is a bill of sale, and this state does not record bills of sale for children. He let that sit one beat, no more. Now, the evidence. This court has heard a physician of 30 years standing read from his own ledger, dated entries in his own hand. After 6 weeks, the child weighed less coming out of the petitioner's house than she had going in. She was lodged in an unheated room in November. A doctor was not sent for through 2 weeks of worsening illness in a household of demonstrated means. No school, no church. Against all this, the petitioners offer that the girl was sickly by nature. Their own witness answered that better than I can, and the county heard her do it. Nella Harmon did not move. Beside her, Eber had gone the color of tallow. The court finds as follows. The judge took up his written page and read it as dryly as a land description. This placement contract carried duties of care upon its face. Those duties, the evidence shows, were comprehensively breached, severally and continuously, from the first weeks of the placement to its end. A contract so breached is void and confers nothing. The petitioners come to this court seeking to reclaim a child under an instrument that their own conduct has rendered void. A void contract reclaims nothing. The petition is denied. For half a heartbeat, nobody in the room breathed. As to the child, he set down one page and took up the last. She is a minor, orphaned, lawfully in nobody's charge, which condition this court will now repair. The evidence before me, sworn and unsworn, has described the Hartley household in more detail than any respondents I have encountered. Their fitness has been attested by a physician's ledger, by the conduct of a county, by pies if my bailiff's report is to be credited, by every quarter, in fact, except their own mouths, which have confined themselves to the child's interest throughout. The court finds it needs no further inquiry. Guardianship of the minor child, known as Tilly, is awarded to Abel and Lydia Hartley, husband and wife of this county, pending formal adoption. This court invites them to seek it at the earliest term. He laid down the page and looked at the Hartleys for the first time over the spectacles. Something dry, possibly kind, sat behind the gray, or it might have been the light. "See the clerk about the papers," he said. "This hearing is closed." The gavel came down once without force, like a door being quietly shut on a finished matter. No cheer went up. Kansas does not cheer in courtrooms, and besides, what moved through that room in the first moment was not triumph. It was one enormous exhale, 500 people releasing the same held breath, a sound like wind crossing a wheat field. And then the room was on its feet, all of it at once, and Cedar Bluffs came over the rail. Lydia was embraced by women whose names she barely held. Her hand was wrung down the whole length of the aisle. The blacksmith struck Abel between the shoulders hard enough to stagger a lesser wall. The minister was saying something about providence to anyone who would hold still, but nobody would. Somewhere in the crush, Coates accepted congratulations with the sour face of a man who had merely read arithmetic aloud. His eyes were suspiciously bright above it. Through the crowd, Lydia saw the Harmons go. They went by the side door, the two of them, with their attorney a diplomatic pace behind. Nobody offered them the aisle. Eber still carried the placement paper, folded in his broad hand, the strongest thing a man can carry into a Kansas courtroom, and the emptiest a man ever carried out of one. No one jeered. That was the terrible completeness of it, Lydia thought, watching. The county simply turned its shoulder, all together, the way it had once turned it on a widower. The door closed on the Harmons of the scrubbed lane, respectable to the last button, with their paper. Their reputation lay in pieces on the courtroom floor. She could not manage to be glad of it. She had stood where they were standing, but she watched the door shut, found her charity had limits, and let it have them. Coates reached them in the crush, said nothing whatever, and shook Abel's hand a fraction too long. Then he looked at Lydia over the spectacles he did not wear, in his kind-eyed, merciless way. "Well, Mrs. Hartley," he said at last, "it appears the county can be doctored after all. Slow case, 2 years. He was gone into the crowd before either of them assembled an answer, which was, they agreed later, his whole design. Then the crowd shifted, and Marion's aunt was standing in the aisle in front of Abel. The old woman was in her black, as always, straight as a post, the hardest whisperer of 2 hard years. The nearest voices fell quiet. She looked up at the big man a long moment, working at something. Her jaw was set the way old jaws set when they are about to spend the pride of a lifetime. "Marion chose her man better than her family ever credited," she said. She said it loudly. That was the gift in it, and everyone within 5 benches understood. It was said to carry, said for the record of the county's hearing, a public payment on a public debt. Then her voice dropped for the last of it, and only those closest heard. "She'd have liked the girl, Abel." "She'd have liked her," Abel said, "to distraction." The old woman nodded once, touching the child-high air beside her skirt as though settling something there. Then she went out through the crowd with her spine straight, lighter by 2 years' weight. It took the Hartleys nearly an hour to gain the doors. Every hand in the county wanted shaking, and Lydia shook them. Somewhere in the middle of it, her eyes went to stinging at the strangest of the lot. Not the grand congratulations, the small ones. The seamstress who whispered that she had never believed a word of the old talk, which was untrue and forgiven. Or the station master, gruff as freight, allowing that the platform had known how it would come out all along. A county apologizes sideways by handshake, and she banked every one. Word had gone up the street the moment the gavel fell, the way word goes. By the time the Hartleys came down the courthouse steps, Coates's housekeeper was bringing Tilly at a half run along the boardwalk. The child had extracted the verdict from her face in the first 3 steps. Tilly did not slow at the steps. She went up them at full stride into Abel's arms, and he caught her the way ground catches rain, entire. He carried her out onto the top step into the cold, bright noon before the whole gathered county. His daughter, in law, now as in fact, her arms locked around his neck, her face buried in the collar of the church coat. His name had come back to him in the same hour as her future, both restored in one dry paragraph. Below in the sunlight stood the town that had taken the one, doubting the other. It watched, glad, a little ashamed, which was the correct order of things. Abel Hartley stood holding his child with his hat brim level and looked out over all of it, the crowd, the street, the county. Looked past every hand that waved. He was looking for Lydia, only for Lydia. She came up the steps to them through the crowd, and his arm took her in against his side. The 3 of them stood together in the November sun, ranks closed, at the top of the courthouse steps. Below them, Cedar Bluffs cheered at last, having gotten out of doors where cheering is decent. Chapter 22. The farm settled into its first safe evening the way a body settles after fever, carefully, not quite believing. They had driven the 7 miles home in the early dark. Before the 2nd mile, Tilly slept between them under the buffalo robe, worn out by a day of being fought over and won. Supper was late, simple, and tasted better than Christmas. Afterward, Abel carried the sleeping girl to her bed in the little room with the hand-carved shelf, hers now by a judge's dry paragraph. A long moment he stood in the doorway before he closed it softly. Outside, the November dark lay mild for the season, the stars big over the stubble. The stock was bedded, the gates were fast. For the first evening in a season of evenings, nothing anywhere was coming up the north road. The house seemed to know it, standing easier on its stones. Safety has a sound, Lydia thought, drying the dishes. It is the sound of nothing, listened to by people who have earned it. Then the house went quiet, and into the quiet came the question. Neither of them said it. That was the strange, taut grace of that whole evening. They moved through the small last chores of the day, the fire banked, the lamp trimmed, the good clothes hung. 2 people, being very careful with ordinary things. But the question was in the room with them, sitting in the 3rd chair, patient as the clock. Twice, Lydia opened her mouth on some plain remark, the weather, the stock, anything, and closed it again. Language had gone strange in the room. Every ordinary sentence led by 2 turns at most to the extraordinary one, so neither of them risked even the weather. The clock had the conversation to itself for most of an hour. The marriage had been made for the child. The child was safe. Lydia dried the last cup twice, put it away, and stood a moment with her hand on the shelf. Every terms of convenience she had ever filed had carried its ending inside it, the way a note carries its date. Services rendered, purpose fulfilled, parties released. She had written such releases herself, assisted at their signing, and approved them as tidy. Nurse and housekeeper, his name and roof, separate rooms, no claims. The bargain from the pine table had been honored to the letter for a year, and tonight, in the lamplight, the letter had run out. He would not say it, she knew. He was too kind and too bound by his own word. The arrangement would stand unspoken forever, out of decency. Her days would run out in the north bedroom of a good man's charity, wanted for her use, which was the oldest country she knew. The thought of it rose up in her all at once and could not be borne. Better the truth on the table than a lifetime of pretending not to look up when the door opened. She was an honest woman. It was the one coat that had never come off. So she set down the dish towel, turned, and broke. Abel. He was at the table, mending nothing, a strap laid untouched in front of him. I'll say a thing plainly, and you'll forgive the plainness, since I learned it in this kitchen. Her voice held level, the committee voice, the last discipline. The bargain we made at this table is fulfilled, better than fulfilled. The child is safe, the papers will say so, and everything you contracted for has been rendered. I know what the terms were. I helped write them, and I will not hold a good man to a contract past its purpose, not for propriety, not for the county, not for a roof. You are free of it entirely, with my whole heart. I would rather say so myself tonight than watch you spend years being too decent to. She had more. She had prepared, drying the cup twice, several further sentences about arrangements, the north bedroom, and time. There she got no further, because Abel had crossed the room. For a big man, he moved quietly, but that was not why she lost the sentences. His face was why, broken loose the way it had broken once in a doorway, with a valise between them, all its weather at once. He stopped one step away, close enough that she had to look up. Once, low, he said her name, like a man at the end of a long carry, letting the load down at last. Lydia, stop talking now. She stopped talking. You've said your piece plain, so I'll say mine the same. He drew one breath. I have not thought about those terms since winter, not since the fevers. I'd have told you at the fence in June, only I lost my nerve and told you about the corn instead. So hear it now, all of it. His voice stayed low. Every word came out of him plain as seed corn, the way he said true things, one at a time at cost. You came up my lane a year ago with everything you had burned down behind you, and you burned it for a child. I opened that door out of plain decency, and I have thanked God for it every morning since. What came through it built this house back up around me while I wasn't looking. You did that, not the nursing only, not the child only, you. The lamp in the window makes sense again. The table talks. I whistle in my own barn, Lydia. I hadn't done that in 2 years. He shook his head slowly. The bargain's fulfilled, you say. Woman, the bargain was fulfilled by spring. I have been living past the end of it since, terrified you'd notice and go. The kitchen was very quiet. The lamp hissed. Somewhere far off, a coyote said the one lonely thing it knew and got no answer. So no, Abel said. I'll not take my freedom back. I never wanted it. I want my wife. The word went through her like heat through a cold hand, painful and merciful at once. Not the nurse, he said, watching her face, saying it slowly, nailing each plank. I could hire a nurse, not the housekeeper, not even the child's mother, though God knows you're that, and it's a sight to see. Those are your uses, and any fool county can see them. I'd want you the same if you couldn't boil water. He took her hand then, the way he had taken it under a courtroom table, in plain sight of nobody. Only now there was nobody to hide it from, and he held it in both of his entire. Her, Lydia, the woman herself, the one who reads a room in 10 minutes and a man in a winter, who laughs like fresh water struck in dry ground. That's the whole of my terms, and there's no clause under them. I am asking you to be married to me, which I know is a strange thing to ask a wife. But we were married for the child, and the child is safe. I find I want to be married to you for you. That's my piece. It's all of it. And Lydia Marsh, who had stood on the platforms of 8 states watching other people be met, stood in her own kitchen and was chosen. Not for competence, not for usefulness, though she had those. Not as the adequate answer to a necessity, the way she had been wanted her whole adult life. By the society, by 400 families, by the very bargain that had brought her under this roof. Chosen the other way, the way she had watched through train windows and priced beyond her means. For herself, entire, by a man who had inspected the whole of her across a year of watches, fevers, porch dark. He had wanted what he found there, and said so, plainly, holding her hand as though it were the deed to something. The inspector looked for something to say and found the file empty. There was no form for this. There had never been a form for this. I have assessed 1,000 marriages, she managed at last, and I understand this is where I say something equal to the moment. You could, he agreed. Tevent. I find I would rather, she said, stopped there, gave the sentence up entirely, and kissed him. Or he kissed her. Neither of them would ever settle it, though both tried at intervals for years. Old couples keep one argument polished for the pleasure of losing it. What the kitchen recorded was simpler. 2 careful, guarded people, married 11 months, met at last in the middle of the room they had been circling all year. The distance between them had been held scrupulously through 4 seasons. 2 feet at the creek, a table's width at supper, a wall's thickness at night. It closed now to nothing and stayed closed. When they finally drew apart, neither went far. She stood with her forehead against the church coat's shoulder, listening to the heart underneath going like a man's who had run a distance. His chin rested on her hair. Around them, the kitchen stood exactly as it had stood all year. Table, stove, shelf, clock, every plank of it witness, and not one thing in it unchanged. The lamp burned on past its usual hour, the clock went around unwatched, and somewhere in that hour, quietly, without ceremony, the way everything of consequence happened in that house, the marriage of convenience died. It had been a good contract, as such contracts go. It had sheltered a child, saved a name, kept two proud people warm at a decent distance through a hard year. There in the lamplight it expired, purpose fulfilled, terms torn up, mourned by nobody. What began in its place had no terms at all. It was inconvenient in every particular, being permanent, being total, being entirely theirs. It would cost them the careful safety they had each spent a lifetime building. Neither of them, standing together in the middle of the kitchen while the fire fell to coals, could locate one single regret. They sat up late over the coals, after, in the two chairs drawn close now, talking the small talk of the newly honest. What the winter would want, what the spring might bring, whether the cornfields should go to wheat. Ordinary matters, every one, and both of them grinning over the ordinariness like fools, because that was the whole prize. Years of ordinary evenings, stretching out ahead, terms unlimited. In the little room off the hall the child slept on, under the hand-carved shelf, in the house where every door now stood open. Chapter 23. The adoption was made formal the following fall at the courthouse in 10 minutes of a Tuesday morning, a full, unhurried year the law had taken. Papers had gone east and come back, the court's term had turned, the gray judge had reviewed what wanted reviewing. There was no crowd this time, no packed benches, just the clerk, the judge, the three of them in their good clothes, an October light on the floorboards. The judge read the order, observed dryly that this was the least contested matter on his docket in 40 years, and signed. The clerk blotted it. That was all. The great turnings of a life, Lydia had learned, mostly sound like a pen nib and a blotter. Tilly Hartley, aged 8, walked out of the courthouse holding both their hands. She bore at last a surname needing no explanation to anybody. The year between the hearing and the signing had gone by, the way good years go, unrecorded. A Christmas with a tree in the corner and an orange in a stocking, the first of the child's life she could remember. A second spring, a second garden, larger, the squash vines annexing new territory. A summer of school, the mile walked daily with a dinner pail, and reports brought home of spelling bees survived. Nothing in any of it for a ledger, everything in it for a life. That evening at home came the true ceremony, the one no court required. The family Bible came down from its shelf, the one with the cracked spine, and was opened on the kitchen table to the flyleaf. The entries there were few and old. Abel's father's hand, his mother's, the marriages, the buryings. Marion Hartley, written twice, once in joy, once in Abel's own careful script with a date in February. Beneath that, a space. Abel had cut the pen himself from a wing feather saved since summer. Store pens stood in plenty at the mercantile, and had no place in a matter of this weight. The ink was fresh. The lamp was moved twice for the light. Ceremony assembles itself out of whatever a house has. This one had feathers, ink, lamplight, and the whole of its attention. Tilly knelt on the chair with the pen, gravely, the whole household holding its breath against a blot. She had practiced on a slate for a week. Tilly Hartley, she wrote, in a careful, crowing hand, the letters climbing a little at the end like something taking off. Her name beneath Marion's, above nothing, yet. Lydia caught her husband's eye over the small bent head, and what passed between them was not spoken, that being the house's way. The flyleaf had space below. The house had rooms. Spring was a long way off, and God disposed such matters in his own season. Neither of them was old. The little room off the hall was wholly the child's country now. Its hand-carved shelf bore freight at last. A jay's feather, a lucky stone from the creek, the jam jar retired from war, holding buttons. The star quilt was hers. So was the rag doll, which had sat 2 years, dusted on that pillow waiting, and waited no more. It went to bed in the crook of a warm arm every night. On fine mornings it rode the fence rail and was read to, sternly from a primer. Its calico had gone soft and gray with a new generation's loving. That is the whole duty of rag dolls, and the best fate cloth can come to. Sometimes, tucking the child in under the shelf carved for a different daughter, Abel would stand for a moment with his hand on the doorframe. He never said what he was telling Marion, but he came out of that room each night with the settled look of a man current on his oldest account. The promise had been kept, not in the shape it was made. Nothing in that house had come in the shape it was made. Kept, all the same, in the shape it was needed. Coats still came monthly, though nobody was sick. He called it keeping an eye on his best outcome and stayed for supper. Arguments about whether listening tubes worked on cats he lost to Tilly. The gray in his whiskers had gained ground and his bag was as scuffed as ever. Some men doctor a county. A few, the rare ones, hold it together. Lydia now set his place at their table without asking, which in that house was citizenship. The next orphan train came through Cedar Bluffs on a bright morning in late October. Word of it reached the farm with the mail, as word did. When the train came in, Lydia stood at the platform's end in her good gray dress. Not as an agent. The society had agents. One of them, a serious young woman with a valise, was even now handing 22 scrubbed children down onto the boards. Lydia held no papers and no position. She had come as she came to every such morning now, in her own sole capacity. The station master had once described that capacity, not unkindly, as the sharpest pair of eyes in Kansas. She watched the choosing from the platform's end, quietly, her hands folded. The lookers she watched the way she had watched lookers all her working life. Which families looked at faces and which at shoulders. Where love stood in a crowd and where economy stood dressed in love's coat. The young agent worked well, checked papers properly, and asked fair questions. But twice that morning, the agent found a straight-backed farm wife from north of town beside her. This neighbor happened to know the applying household, its kitchen, its pew, its reputation with hired men. What she knew, she shared, in a low, even, carrying voice. One placement was made the better for it. One did not happen at all. A stout man went home to his rich bottomland empty-handed, never knowing exactly why. The young agent had heard of her, of course. The whole line had. At the noon lull, she came down the platform, valise still in hand, and asked, carefully, whether she had the honor of addressing the Mrs. Hartley. What passed between the two women took 10 minutes, in the plain shop talk of the calling. The young agent went back up the boards, with a straighter spine, carrying 3 questions she had never thought to ask a household. Somewhere in New York, a file stood closed. The work had never noticed. It was not authority, it was only a woman at a depot. But the county understood by then that no child left the Cedar Bluffs platform unwatched. It was oddly proud of the fact, the way towns grow proud of a strict bell or an honest scale. The society, if it knew, never said. Somewhere in a New York ledger, her file was closed, dismissed, unauthorized. Here on the boards in the bright air, the work had simply continued under other terms, hers now, unsalaried, unresignable. The last child was chosen a little before noon, a small boy, to a family Lydia knew and approved entire. She watched the wagon roll off into the stubble-gold distance, one more speck become a family on the enormous land. And then, as she always did when the platform emptied, she kept her page a moment. 407. She held the number the way other women held a name. With it, these days, went a prayer worn smooth as the lucky stone on the shelf at home. Somewhere, if God was minded, a lath-thin boy had grown into a man. Somewhere he had found, in some kitchen or bunkhouse or camp, at some stranger's table, the home she had not been permitted to give him. She would never know. The country had never given him back, and some debts are not paid in this life. They are only honored. She had a family now, a name, a home with lamplight in it. From a patient man on a dark porch, she had learned at last the difference between owing and honoring. So she did not stand at platforms in grief anymore. She stood there in his name, the whole of it that she had. Every child watched onto a right wagon was interest, paid out on page 407. "You never been wrong yet," the boy had told her once, trusting her entire. "I have been wrong twice that mattered," she told the empty platform, quietly in the bright air, and mended what would mend. The whistle blew. Down the line, the train gathered itself, took up its own weight, and pulled out eastward, empty of children going back for more. She watched it to the curve, out of old habit. No one had ever stood on a platform waiting for Lydia Marsh in 11 years of platforms. Then she turned And there they were. They were down at the wagon at the end of the depot, waiting where they always waited. A tall, quiet man leaned on the wheel with his hat brim level. He watched her come with the look he had never once schooled off his face since a lamplit kitchen. A girl of 8 sat up on the seat, holding the lines importantly, ribbons in fair braids. Across the boards she called something about being home before the pie went cold. The word home flew out as carelessly as only a child rich in it can fling it. Her husband, her daughter, waiting on a platform for her. Lydia Hartley walked toward them through the bright October noon, past the empty rails, out of the country of leavings for good. 11 years she had ridden other people's trains, finding homes for 400 children, 401, counting the one who found hers. Every soul she ever carried, she had matched. Now she had come at last, by the longest route on the map, to the only placement she had never known how to make. There was pie at home, stock to feed before dark, a primer's worth of spelling to hear, a fire to sit beside after. There was tomorrow, then the winter, then the spring behind the winter. It was the plainest freight a wagon ever carried. She had crossed half a continent, 12 years, 400 doorsteps to learn what it weighed. Abel handed her up, Tilly slid over, the wagon turned north into the gold, and the woman who had spent her whole life finding homes for everyone else rode away from the platform, at last into her own.